I haven't been streaming for a while. So, some updates. Noah Samsen doing a great job with his fundraiser stream. If you have not heard of this, which I don't know why you're watching me and you're not aware of Noah Samsen or Hassan, but yeah, go check out Noah Samsen's fundraiser stream and donate. He's doing a great job. Raised, I think, over $300,000 for Palestine, which is so awesome. And he's had just a wide variety of guests on his channel. What does he have? He's had Hassan and Bad Empanada on yesterday. He had like Gokanaru on. A lot of cool people on. So yeah, I think he's been streaming for about over 24 hours now, makes which makes sense why he looks like he's about to pass out. What else did I do this weekend? This weekend I took a car trip. I was driving in the car for about like 5-6 hours on Saturday, and I'm like, you know what? Let me read what abundance is it. Let me read what abundance is. Let me read about that because my friend was like, "Oh, I saw a clip of Sam Seder and he looked so bad here. I think Sam Seder is dead wrong here." And it's where Sam was like, "We can just build more housing in we can just build more housing in California, or the reason why we're able to build more housing in Texas is because there's more room in Texas." And then our friend's like, "This is so wrong. Like private corporations is, or like private housing is why is really needed to expand housing, and you have to slash government regulations." I'm like, I don't know. I haven't read Abundance, so I read a little bit of it, and now we're going to actually react to the debate with Sam Seder and Ezra Klein. So sad. I'm at the club right now. If you're at the club watching me, then props to you. Tell the DJ to put on my live stream. But no, this is probably going to be like a pretty. Oh my god, Hutch is on this fucking live stream. Of course, Hutch is on this abundance agenda. Why is this even being recommended to me? Okay, so my thoughts on this. My thoughts on this book, Abundance. Go check out Noah Samsen, Hassan, on Noah Samsen's live stream if you haven't seen that already. But yeah, go check that out. But let's talk about this ridiculousness. So I find Abundance really interesting. Like the book Abundance, I didn't get it. I didn't get the book Abundance because Ezra Klein. We can take a look at reviews for this, but I didn't understand this book. On the one hand, people are talking about it like it's a new way forward. It's a third path politics. It's a third path way for a better future. It's not the conservatives. I mean, there was a line in the book that really stuck out to me at how stupid it was. The line was Republicans and I think it was like conservatives, or I think it was just the right has spent the majority of the 21st century attacking government or fighting government, and the left has hobbled it. America has developed a right that has spent the majority of the 21st century attacking the government and a left that has hobbled it. That's the line that stood out to me. And so the implication there is that the left is restricting government and the right is hobbling government, or the left is restricting government, the right is attacking the government, they're resisting the government, which seems to be a distinction without a difference. Effectively, if you're fighting the government and you're hobbling the government, you're both limiting the government's actions. That's what you're trying to do. And then the implication there is there's a third way. You're not right, you're not left, but you're a third way. One thing that I thought was a bit of a squishy definition in this book Abundance was the labeling of a right, or the labeling of like left to liberal to progressive to right to conservative. And I think that there wasn't like a clear, cohesive idea of this is what the left is, this is what liberals are, this is a progressive idea on something, and then there's like the conservatives, which are against this. Because if you say to me, rent control doesn't work because rent control just increases the prices for other things, or it might actually limit the amount of production uh, that landowners are willing to put into their land, and they're going to try to differentiate production and redevelop their housing that they own to simply sell instead of renting. And so it actually, in the long run, reduces the amount of low income housing that is available in these cities. That's why we shouldn't have rent control. I'm like, okay, rent control seems to me to be like a liberal means tested idea where if you reach a certain, if you fit into a certain group of people, then you can experience rent control. Why don't we think bigger than that and simply have a fundamental human right to housing if you are in America? You can have a human right to housing, and the government has low income housing that is the absolute bare minimum that you can always fall back upon and rely on that. um, so that seems to be like a distinction to me there, where he, like Ezra Klein, will talk about the left, he'll talk about liberalism and kind of conflate the two. And what are we specifically talking about? When we're talking about liberalism, he brings up examples of how certain like rail projects in California will focus on lower income neighborhoods, and specifically like minority neighborhoods, and then focus on that to build there first. But there's less traffic in those neighborhoods, and so then the rail gets less use out of it, and actually that just inevitably delays the project. And it's like, okay, well, again, that would be kind of like a means tested idea where you're just trying to offer a solution when that's not really what is required. So I don't know if I'm doing a good job explaining myself, but if you were trying to build like a rail project, then obviously just build the rail project. Don't be like, some neighborhoods should have this first, and then we have to deliberate over like which neighborhood gets it. And just based off of people's like economic situation, this one could have more attention put in for like infrastructure and stuff like that, when really it should just be like, we're trying to build for everything. We're trying to build a rail system, a housing project, energy that could probably like should hopefully affect everyone. That was like a big thing in his book with like when it comes to regards to regulation and government influence. And that's exactly what Kamala Harris ran on, which made her lose the election. I think people are tired of these liberal policies that affect some groups of people, and then they ignore it if you don't fall into a very specific category. So when Kamala Harris said, we're going to give out business loans to businesses, small businesses that start up in minority majority cities, and you can have like a $50,000 business loan or a $25,000 grant if you're buying your first house and you're under a certain income. It's like, that's not going to inspire people. That's not the sweeping change that people need in their lives. When we're talking about abundance, there are like a lot of the criticism that they have boils down to targeting these liberal policies, but then simultaneously it attacks the left. And they do cite multiple times regulations that are put on construction to try to protect the environment. And then they say that in some circumstances, when those regulations were ignored, then the production and the construction of these projects was able to go through even faster. But they're not arguing to get rid of all regulation. So at the end of the day, the book just consists of a list of certain policies, extremely like localized policies in different examples, like Houston, California, New York. Those were some big examples that they targeted a lot. And then they're like, okay, some of these policies are good, some of these policies are bad, which I agree with. You can make an argument to me that rent control might not actually have the desired outcome that people are hoping it has. That certain regulations to target certain groups of people and try to uplift demographics can restrict those projects to the point where it doesn't help anyone. You can make that argument to me, but that's not offering a new way forward. That's parsing semantics and getting into the nitty gritty details of plans that everyone agrees with. Like, if we agree we need to build low income housing and we need more of that, that's not like a radical departure from the norm. That's not a new idea that people are talking about. So I don't know. Let's listen to like his conversation with Sam Seder, but I was like pretty unimpressed with the book, and I just didn't think it was really saying anything. It's like, if you're just going to list a policy that you think is bad when you're talking about zoning low income housing in California, then you can do that, but don't try to pretend that that is applicable to a broad direction that the Democratic Party should go to. Being like, oh, this one low income housing project was encouraging people to work with minority owned construction businesses, and it gave like perks for like black owned construction businesses to pick up government contracts, and that didn't work. It's like, okay, great. That's great. That's good to know. And then going forward, policymakers can take that into account, like in the future. That's not something you can really campaign upon, unless you're going to say that you shouldn't campaign upon small details, which is exactly what Kamala Harris did, and instead campaign upon big ideas, which is what the left is talking about. So anyway, let's like stress test these ideas, and I'm going to react to the conversation that Ezra Klein had with Sam Seder, at least for a little bit, and then we can kind of like see how these ideas are pushed upon, and maybe like fact check some of this stuff too. An ad? And so Ezra Klein did the housing part of abundance, and then he had his partner do the energy part and kind of the like the inventions part, which focuses on research. So he did the first half of the book, and then his partner did the second half of the book. Oh shit, you guys are right. You can't hear the video. Thank you. I'm glad I checked chat. You know what I want to do, by the way? I want to see if we can read the concluding chapter of this. Because when I don't know, maybe I just didn't do a good enough job of reading it, and I probably should go back and check it out. I just don't know if it's worth it. Let's see if I'm logged in. And hopefully I don't get copyright struck for playing a bit of this. So I'm gonna start the chapter at the conclusion. Conclusion, toward abundance. 41 minutes, we don't have to listen to all of it.
Conclusion, toward abundance. Politics is a way of organizing conflict, and so our attention is naturally drawn to divisions. That is particularly true now when the divisions are so fundamental. The Democratic and Republican parties do not merely disagree over the details of tax policy. They disagree over the legitimacy of elections, of institutions, of the structure of American government. They are split in their views of speech and history and decency and truth. Distinguished scholars write books considering the nearness of another civil war and wondering whether fascism is resurgent on American soil. The polarization of the 1990s feels quaint against the chasmic conflict of the 2020s. These divisions are real. They are dangerous. But behind them is the murky outline of something very different. Perhaps a path out of the morass we're in. A new political order. The term political order is the coinage of Gary Gerstle, an American historian and a professor at Cambridge University. Many historians focus on how Republicans and Democrats have fought and disagreed over the years. Gerstle's work focuses instead on how hidden points of consensus between the parties create distinctive periods of history, which he calls political orders. He defines a political order as a constellation of ideologies, policies, and constituencies that shape American politics in ways that endure beyond the 2, 4, and 6-year election cycles. Two such constellations have extended across the last 100 years of American history, according to Gerstle. The New Deal order rose in the 1930s and collapsed in the 1970s. The neoliberal order rose in the 1970s and declined in the 2010s. The New Deal order brought the agreement that the federal government must take an active role in managing the American economy and protecting workers. Begun under Franklin Roosevelt, a Democrat, it continued under Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican, who endorsed its basic framework. Rather than rail against big government programs, Eisenhower signed legislation to create the interstate highway system. Rather than bemoan welfare, he celebrated its growth. "We want a broader and stronger system of unemployment insurance," Eisenhower said, sounding much more like a Democrat from the 2020s than a Republican of the 1980s. Why did Eisenhower and the GOP of his era acquiesce to the New Deal order? It had far less to do with Eisenhower the man than with the geopolitical situation in which the new president and his party had been thrust, Gerstle writes. The Cold War wasn't just an arms race or military conflict with the Soviet Union.
All right, let's just skip this. They're taking a very top-down approach to that conclusion. So they propose an abundance agenda that they say better manages the trade-offs between regulations and social advancement. So, like, when he says we need to build more, the book is about building more. I don't agree with that.
Is that much of the book is which is, what do we need more of and how do we get it?
Like, they're like, what do we need more of and how do we get it? That's what he says the book is about. But I disagree. I think the book is about examining policies and talking about the outcomes of those policies, like examining specific policies and then saying that, okay, well, this is a way in which these policies backfire. This is an example of something that is done that like achieves those policies but might have sidestepped them. So they achieved the goal of the policies but doing it through a different way. So they give an example of Josh Shapiro when a bridge broke in Pennsylvania. He's a governor of Pennsylvania, right? And he declared a state of emergency so that he could unlock funds and get like more construction crews on it and do a quicker way. He can sidestep like environmental impact reports that would have been done on the project. But like, are you going to argue that we should get rid of all environmental impact reports? Are you going to argue that every single construction needs to have, you can argue that every single construction needs to be done with that same veracity as the bridge being built? Like, I don't think that that's what they're arguing, and they're not arguing that. Like, that is a specific example of a small, very specific, localized issue. And then they're like, okay, well, if we ever need to cover like a very important and small construction repair, then maybe it is appropriate to announce a state of emergency to rebuild that. And I think that's like a good argument. But once again, that's not a new way forward. It's not, you're not really diminishing the appeal of the socialist left and the populist authoritarian right. Like, this is kind of crazy. What is this quote anyway? Or People's Policy Project, the Abundance Agenda. Let's take a look at this article. I spent the last few days digesting Abundance by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. This is by Matt Brunig. Then reading 12 recent pieces commenting on the book. The main policy argument of Abundance is that the administrative burdens placed on construction are too high. But once again, I disagree with this. They just list some administrative burdens that are placed on construction, and then they're like, these are bad, this causes it to backfire. And it's like, okay, well, we can get rid of those. They don't argue that administrative burdens placed on construction in general are bad. They just like list some and then say that like these specific ones are bad. This argument is familiar to anyone that has followed debates about housing policy over the last decade. It's the exact same thing, but applied to transportation and energy infrastructure too. The secondary policy argument of abundance is that innovation system in the US is broken in a number of ways, including too much risk aversion in science financing, high administrative burdens on scientific research, and too little support for converting scientific discoveries into efficient mass production. The authors seem to think these two arguments and the dozens of sub-arguments flowing from them all fit together because they relate back to abundance. But I find myself agreeing with Mike Konskal's point that bringing all these disparate things together causes unhelpful muddling. Lots of problems relate back to growth and innovation, but that does not mean that they all avail themselves to similar analysis and solutions. Of course, if you treat the various policy topics of the book as separate issues requiring their own specifically tailored technocratic solutions, then you don't really have a book. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why it's a book when it's really just an examination of a list of multiple different highly specific policies, and then saying that some of these policies were good, some of them were bad. That's not really like a coherent book project. In my opinion, I don't think that's really a coherent political ideology. Klein and Thompson are not content with simply assembling a list of policy suggestions. That's what I would say. In the conclusion of the book, they make it very clear that they want abundance to be part of a vanguardist movement that remakes the Democratic Party and then the political order. And to be transparent, I haven't read the conclusion yet, so that's why I wanted to listen to it. To achieve something grandiose is that the authors are forced to pair the policy ideas with a specific declinist historical narrative, contestable ideological commitments, and a utopian vision of the future. Not surprisingly, it is these aspects of the book that have drawn the most attention from critics. Competing historical narratives. I don't personally understand why policy arguments need to be coupled with historical narratives to be compelling. If some aspect of the status quo is bad, then that is true regardless of whether it is used to be less bad and regardless of how it got to be that way. But I'm clearly an outlier in this regard. Whether because people are hardwired to love stories or because stories do actually illuminate something that I seem unable to comprehend, building a historical narrative around one's policy preferences appears to be an indispensable part of stoking a political movement or at least selling book. Like, this is the thing, guys. Abundance to me is an extremely boring list of a collection of policies, highly specialized to local issues, some of which you can take and you can try to apply them to certain other parts and to certain other situations, but others of which are completely unique. Like, they cite an example of Josh Shapiro encouraging the construction companies to lay asphalt while it's lightly raining, when the protocol is to not lay asphalt while it's raining. But if they waited, then it could have taken another week and a half for the rain to end and then to dry off. And so that's why they encouraged them. That was an example of someone doing an abundance policy, but it's extremely specialized and localized. Okay. All right, dude, how's it going? Hold on. Let me change this. Can you hear me? Anyway, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, dude. I'm talking abundance, and I know you wanted to talk about this with me.
All right, sure.
So listen, you didn't read the book though, right?
No.
Because I think you're under a misapprehension on this. You read Ezra Klein and you understand some of his policy prescriptions and you agree with them. But I read the book and what did I say to you yesterday? It seemed like a list of policy prescriptions or like an analysis of a list of different policies and saying that some are good, some are bad. But I don't see that as a new ideological third way forward.
Wait. Are we live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, bro. I just got on the Discord.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry. I told you I was streaming.
Okay. What? Okay.
So listen,
now
this is what I'm saying.
What are we talking about?
So I'm just I was about to start the Ezra Klein debate with Sam, but I was just doing a bit of research about this, and I'm reading this review that I sent you a link of by Matt Brunig. I'm not 100% sure who this guy is.
I know him on Twitter. He's interesting.
But anyway, this guy has the same exact criticisms that I had. He basically says that like he's like you can list a series of policies and understand them to be good or bad, which is what the book does. But trying to make it into a coherent political ideology, which is a third way forward, leaving behind the socialist left and leaving behind the fascist right, is like it doesn't follow like a new political way forward. You don't really get from being like it's bad to focus on it's a bad policy to say we should try to contract out to minority owned businesses, and then it turns out that there might not be enough minority owned businesses, and then nothing gets done. Like a highly specific policy like that, like changing that highly specific policy doesn't seem like this is a third party or we're shucking off the shackles of the do nothing left and the authoritarian right.
Okay, so I'm reading the conclusion real quick of this. Yeah, so I agree it's a pop policy book, kind of like a Malcolm Gladwell style thing.
Here, let me read it on stream. Conclusion. Ultimately, the book seems fine to me. I'd say the policy specifics are a bit of a retread, but that's not really a critique. The authors never claimed novelty, and the book itself is literally a retread of some articles they wrote for The Atlantic and the New York Times. It's a pop policy book written for a Malcolm Gladwell type of audience, which is a valuable thing for a political movement to have. In short, I think the peak over the book is out of proportion to what the book is. With that said, the broader abundanced world that the book is attempting to push forward, a world that appears to be teeming with libertarians, right-wing Democrats like Jared Polis and Richie Torres, refugees of the effective altruist implosion, and tech sector types, does seem like it could head in some pretty bad directions that abundance would fit naturally into, but this would not be the fault of Klein and Thompson. Which I think is, like, I didn't say this to you yesterday, but, like, I was going to say, in a vacuum, I think this book is completely fine. But in the context of Republicans like destroying the government right now and just tearing down any kind of regulation over businesses in general, this does seem to miss a point that a lot of people are desperately hoping Democrats can pick up on, which is like, let's get rid of the means tested shit and have the government do more, not do less. Like we're at a point in American politics where people are coming they're forced to be face to face with the reality that government services are necessary for their lives, because for the first time in their lives, Republicans are threatening to strip away these government services, and they are doing that.
Okay, so is the criticism just like it's not novel?
I mean, the criticism is that
the criticism seems to boil down to like the book is mundane.
Well, the criticism is that it's not what the book is, it's that the authors are trying to make it seem like a third way forward. I think that's the biggest criticism. It's like, okay, you listed some things that are good, but then you're saying this is a departure of liberal ideology when this is exactly what liberal ideology is.
But wait a minute. It's not a departure from liberal ideology. I definitely agree with that. It's just like very typical liberal stuff, which is like we should rely on a mixture of government and markets to solve problems.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what the book is. And it's like, this is like
I don't think the book claims to be a departure from liberalism.
I mean, listen, I didn't read the conclusion, but every single review I've read of this claims that that's what the authors think it is.
I think Klein would describe himself as a liberal. I mean, he's very like a typical lib. I think like that's essentially why
maybe not a departure from
doesn't like him, because he's a very typical lib. Like he'll just pretty much like every solution, he won't look at a broader system. He'll look at each problem and say like, we need more investment here. We need more market or private investment here. We need to.
But I think the issue is that he's looking at all of these. He's looking at all of these specific problems, which are valid to look at, but then he's trying to pull a more like a cohesive ideology that is a departure, that is like a third path forward, like different from the socialist left and different from the anti-government right. But it's like it's not.
But wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. That I think is the whole point. Like, basically,
But there
Democrats
is
have
no
not been able to
socialist left
come
that's
up with
running the
some
country.
agenda. Democrats have not been able to come up with a message that simultaneously like distances themselves from Bernie Sanders, AOC, far left, quote unquote far left politicians, who I support, but the general party does not. They haven't been able to distance themselves while coming up with something to put forward themselves. They say, I'm not Bernie Sanders. They also say, I'm not Trump. They run as typical moderates in that regard, and they have no political identity, and they have no political messaging. They have no policy that they can get behind. There's nothing that you can label these politicians with that people can latch onto and have hope for a better future as a result.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be my main criticism of Democrats in the last 2 election cycles.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you
Okay,
want to
so this
just
is
like
something to
listen
put
to
forward.
the Sam
This is
Seder Ezra
genuinely
Klein
something to put
debate?
forward. Even if you were just going step by step by step, even if you selected 3 of the issues in the book, like energy production and housing,
Mm-hmm.
2 issues that are like I think everyone can wrap their minds around very easily. That would be something for people to get behind. Doesn't
Okay.
mean
Well,
I'm a liberal or I support Kamala Harris or any of these moderate Democrats. I think it is a way of messaging that they haven't tried yet. And in that sense, I think it's a new way forward.
okay. Let me
Liberalism
just read
itself
you
has been
this one
around for a
paragraph
long time, though.
by
Agree.
Matt Brunig. Klein and Thompson are not content with simply assembling a list of policy suggestions. In the conclusion of the book, they make it very clear that they want abundance to be part of a vanguardist movement that remakes the Democratic Party and then the political order. To achieve something as grandiose as that, the authors are forced to pair the policy ideas with a specific declinist historical narrative, contestable ideological commitments, and a utopian vision of the future. Not surprisingly, it is these aspects of the book that have drawn the most attention from critics. So, like, yeah, listing. I mean, you're right. You can say that it's like a marketing. You can say that the Democrats should market itself differently, but that's not really what the book is about. They're not like we need to market differently. I don't know. Like, listen, I think debating like the
But this is okay. Wait a minute. When I first brought this to you, I was mostly just annoyed at Sam's response to the book. I
it wasn't to the
essentially
book
think
though.
the
It
book
wasn't
is
his response to the book you were annoyed at. You were annoyed at his
for sure
saying
in
that.
response to the interview. Like
That's what I'm saying though. I think that Ezra
the
Klein's debate with Sam presents a different
yeah.
list of ideas than what we read in the book.
I don't think it's going to be different. But one thing I just want to finish. So I really don't think it's going to be different. But I will finish this thought by saying the book is quite mundane in my opinion. Like
Hey,
I
how's it
think
going,
the
Meows?
idea that we should build more housing in academic literature, for example, that is well understood for decades. If you put a paper out right now about the benefits of building more housing, there would be essentially no response to it. It wouldn't get published anywhere because
Yeah.
that's well known. That's well known, well understood. So, like in that sense, is the book telling me anything new? No, not at all. Is the book some radical departure, some crazy new idea that I've never seen before? No, not at all. But I am very disappointed in the online left's response to the abundance agenda. I'll put it that way.
I mean, to just try to build more. I guess I don't really
Yeah,
know what the abundance
that's
agenda is. Just like build more of everything.
sure. Yes, that's great. That's a great
But
start.
I feel like the left is in support of that. Like,
Not at all. I mean,
are
just
they
not at
not?
all. It's completely not true. And for many reasons, we can go through them in the context of housing. I'm a lot more familiar, but
Okay.
even in the context of energy, in the context of pharmaceutical research, there's been a lot of opposition to everything he says, and I think a lot of it's just vibes based because Ezra Klein is a fairly capitalist liberal.
But do you think it's in opposition to the goals of Ezra Klein, or do you think it's in opposition to the
In
methods?
opposition to, oh, sure, it is an opposition to the method. There's plenty of
But then they
online
agree with the
lefties
the
who are
abundance
super
agenda.
NIMBY. Probably one of the most some of the most staunch. I mean, what's interesting is that some of the most staunch NIMBYs in America right now are far lefties,
Okay.
and they're the ones who are holding up both practically local government policy to build more housing in cities all across America. They have the biggest online presence. They have the most organization, when it comes to like the political messaging surrounding NIMBYism. That's the part that disappoints me. I think a lot of the people in that camp are in opposition to what Ezra Klein is saying.
I mean, do you think that it's like, I guess, why, like what, I guess we would probably need an example, so that it's like, this is why they're in avoidance of that, and this is why they're talking about the left, or like, this is why you're claiming that they're from the left.
You want examples of like people online or what? What do you want examples of?
Yeah, I guess like people
I
online,
sent you a
or just
picture
like, why do you?
I sent you an
why-
example of someone online actually very recently.
Yeah, you did.
Um,
Was that in Discord or on my phone?
It was just a text, I think. And this
Yeah,
was
I
just,
didn't.
and now you're going to say this was just one person. I mean, I don't know how to aggregate a bunch of people online, but I sent you an example.
Yeah. But I like, this is the thing though. If they're against housing initiatives,
Yep.
I guess you would probably need to know the reason why they're against it, right?
Okay, I mean, it's very unclear what the reason is that they're against it, to me.
Well,
Because
okay.
I think in
Well, in that
practice,
one
the real
example
reason
you
they're
sent me,
against it
what
is
was the
because they
reason that
stand
they said they were just against it?
Huh?
Like in that
Are
one
you referring
example,
to
in that one
the
example
tweet?
you sent me.
Okay, so sure, I'll give you the example of the tweet.
Okay, yeah, this is a
The
tweet.
context is that basically SF has built quite literally less than 10 new units of housing in the
Mm-hmm.
past like 2 years. And for context, like a city like Austin has built thousands. Okay, Minneapolis has built hundreds and thousands or whatever. SF is completely gridlocked. There's literally no new development. The vacancy rate in SF is like less than 2%. Rents are skyrocketing. So this is the context, okay? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there have been neighborhoods that have stayed stagnant since before the SF economy developed due to tech. I mean, just imagine how like, ridiculous that is. Anyway, there's finally been approval for 181 new homes to be developed on an empty lot in
Yeah.
the Mission District, which is a highly sought after district. And whether or not it's going to happen is still unclear. There's going to be lots of review about it. There's going to be lots of opposition every step of the way. It's going to be expensive to wait through all this. So keep in mind, this is not even a win yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, like
first
this
step
person's
towards a
opposition. Sure, it's a step towards a win. It's a big step, maybe. Hopefully. Fact check. This person says, fact check, this site will very much remain empty because the market is not right for developers to even build market rate housing.
To build even market rate housing.
So that is beyond retarded because he doesn't understand what that's not what market rate housing is by definition the housing that is being built and sold for at market rates. So it doesn't make any sense to say the market is not right for market rate housing because the market's
True.
setting the rate for housing.
Yeah,
Okay?
like I guess that
It's
is like a pretty stupid thing to
It
say.
doesn't make any sense.
Unless
If her point is
like
that
basically her
developers will not
point is
build on the
that
slot,
basically her point is
if
that
her
no
point-
one would
wait a minute,
build.
Wait a minute. Wait,
Right?
just wait a minute. If her point is that developers will not build on this lot, that is completely false. Developers in California, in the Bay Area especially, will gouge their eyes out to build on any available plot of land possible. They would fucking kill their grandmothers for the opportunity to build on a lot here. Because housing is so sought after here. The economy is once again booming. I mean, it's always good. Weather is great. There's lots of demand for live here. There's tons of rich people that live here. There's always people who want to move into the Bay Area, and they have not been able to for a long time. So there's going to be a lot of demand, and a lot of competition amongst developers to build housing there. Okay, so that part is just completely false. The second paragraph. Also, this is YIMBY continuing to perpetuate the racist and classist narratives that working class Latinos are NIMBYs. Okay,
Yeah.
like, I don't really know what to
This is
respond. Like,
YIMBY.
this is just...
So let me just read the tweet. Fact check. This site will likely very much remain empty because the market is not right for developers to build even market rate housing. Which you're right. Like if any development is built at all, it's definitionally market rate. Well, any housing development. Also, this is YIMBY yes, in my backyard, continuing to perpetuate racist and classist narratives that working class Latinos are NIMBYs, not in my backyard. And then underneath she says, this decision isn't a win for anyone invested in affordable housing. So
Okay.
she's against the decision to approve vacant lots for being developed. That's what she basically is.
And there's lots of people online like this, okay? So now I don't know how to convince you that these people are the barriers besides just empirically when new housing developments are proposed all throughout the Bay Area. The staunchest opponents, the most vocal opponents, ones to show up to meetings, are these at least the arguments that they use, okay? I don't know what they believe personally, but outwardly these are the arguments that they use.
Well, here, let me read you a little bit about her board,
The
her
second
job.
paragraph is complete gobbledygook. I don't know what it means. I don't know what she's talking about, like Latinos and working class.
Yeah, that's
or
what I
NIMBYs.
don't.
know
But
what
let me just read you a bit about
you're
her
reading.
background. I'm on her Wikipedia page. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors. In 2024, Fielder ran for an open seat in the San Francisco Board of Supervisors in District 9 since Hillary Ronen was termed out. She won, beating more moderate candidate Trevor Chandler, with Fielder earning 59.6% of the votes. One of Fielder's first actions was introducing a resolution reaffirming San Francisco's status as a sanctuary city, which received unanimous support from the board. She emphasized the importance of ensuring immigrant residents feel safe accessing city resources such as schools, hospitals, and emergency services. Fielder has made family homelessness a central focus of her legislative actions. She introduced legislation to end the city's policy that limits family shelter stays for 9 to 90 days, arguing that no child should worry about where they'll sleep at night. She has repeatedly called on the mayor's administration to reconsider policies that could evict families from shelters without providing a viable alternatives for affordable housing. Fielder chairs the government audit and oversight committee of the Board of Supervisors. So, like, at least from her statements, she's in favor of affordable housing, right? Because she has repeatedly called on the mayor to reconsider policies that would evict families from shelters without providing alternatives for affordable housing. So she's like being like, you can't evict homeless people from shelters if you're not going to provide affordable housing and like promote affordable housing.
Sure, that's good, that's fine, but that does nothing to me spells support for building more housing there.
Well, but this is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, she should build more housing, but this leftist person, and it's pretty clear she's a leftist. She's like pro-immigrant, pro-affordable housing.
Well,
She's
no, you gotta
pro-affordable
realize.
housing.
Wait. You gotta realize how fucked up Bay Area politics is.
Okay.
And pretty much everyone masquerading as a leftist is not. Okay, like the previous mayor of SF, she touts herself as a leftist and whatever. She was married to one of the owners of the largest real estate, like hedge fund type things, real estate conglomerates of the city. And so she had like a huge vested interest in developing new housing because they wanted the real estate that they already owned to be more valuable.
Okay.
And I mean, likely that's what her motivation was for blocking a lot of new housing when she was in office. So I don't give too much credit to like the stuff adjacent to building more housing. Because that's not building more housing.
In this tweet, she seems to be for affordable housing, right? And then also in this Wikipedia,
until I see an example of her actually trying to push through a proposal to build more housing, I'm not going to give her credit for that.
Okay, but like this is what I'm saying. She's pro affordable housing in this tweet. She's also, according to her Wikipedia page, she's pro affordable housing.
I can rant about this for a second too. Saying I'm against a new housing development, but I'm pro affordable housing is genuinely the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Okay.
But no, just listen to me though. Like,
this is just a way to stop more housing and put the barrier for new housing even further. Like, no, you can only have new housing unless it's affordable. I can give you plenty of examples in the past year alone where new developments have been proposed. 20-30% of those units have been sanctioned off as affordable housing units, rent-controlled units.
Yeah.
And those proposals have still been shot down. Okay? There's nothing, like, this is just empty words. This is just empty words because even when there are affordable housing units sectioned off, these developments are still not approved. Second, affordable housing guarantees, in many ways, are just the ways to kill proposals, because when developers try to build new units in SF, they know that the process to get a new unit built is so expensive, and they have to go through so many meetings, so many legal proceedings. That process is so long, drawn out, and expensive.
Yeah.
And when you also put affordability requirements on it, it doesn't become profitable enough to develop. This is a tactic that NIMBYs use in the Bay Area to prevent new housing from being developed. And third, which is the clearest argument, is that even if you build luxury, hyper luxury units in SF, rents will come down even for the lowest, like worst, most affordable units in SF. And there's been a lot of academic literature demonstrating this. Like, this is a huge misunderstanding where if you build luxury apartments, rents for the working class don't come down. And the mechanism through which this happens is like this filtering. Like, basically, when you build a luxury apartment, people who are already living in luxury apartments or like adjacent to luxury apartments, maybe one step lower, there's downward pressure on their rents because now there's a competitive luxury unit and there's more vacancies.
Yeah.
And so
kind of like when a minimum wage or a union fighting for better wages can affect everyone's wage.
Sure, exactly. And it's kind of very similar, yes. So this is like the filtering effect.
Okay,
so like,
but
those
dude,
people,
listen.
the upper class people, will move into luxury units, and people below them will start to move into their units because now there's downward pressure on the units they were living in.
So listen, let me just step in. Like, so all of that's really interesting, and I like that's kind of what part of this book is talking about, right? It's talking about how all of these regulations and these burdensome rules where it's like you need to try to go to the I don't know, you need to try to work with like black owned companies or female owned companies, and then that can decrease the amount of construction that gets built. That's a policy argument. The only thing I'm saying is that if these people actually want to build affordable housing, they could be convinced that actually if we just keep building, that could reduce the amount of like affordability. I think that's like a conversation that could be had where it's like, okay, well, if we're saying 30% has to be
what the fuck are you talking about, dude? This conversation's been happening for decades. They're not convinced. They're never going to be convinced.
Dude, no, but just like you're talking about literally specific people that like this woman's on the board of supervisors of San Francisco. Like having that conversation is different than being like, this is a departure from the socialist left. And
I'm saying, okay,
like
but I'm
new
saying
liberal policy forward.
I don't think these people will be convinced. I don't think you could sit them in front of Rebecca Diamond. You could sit them in front of the top urban economists in the world. They will not be convinced. Okay,
convinced of that their policies are wrong. That their policies are wrong.
We should let loose the red tape and build more housing. Okay, these people.
But you're not arguing to let loose the red tape. You're arguing to change the red tape.
No, I think we should like substantially reduce the red tape.
But like even in these examples you're giving me, it seems like there's a sweet spot between a certain number of units that are like rent controlled or considered affordable
you're
housing.
muddying the point. You're muddying the point. Wait. You're just muddying the point. You just said these people could be convinced to build more housing without some of the rules and regulations that they push for, like affordability requirements and things like that.
All I'm saying is that if their goal is to...
I'm saying that's just not true. These people are not going to be convinced, even if you have that conversation with them, because we have been having that conversation with them. And what I'm saying is that that's likely, like, I don't believe these people when they say that they want affordable housing. I think that they have a vested interest in stopping housing. And that's what most of local politics in the Bay Area is driven by.
You can, I don't know. Like, I don't know how you can say that for like random 25-year-olds that show up on the board of supervisors that were like homeless a year ago, which is what this woman is. Like, she just might be naive and be like, no, actually, this is a bad thing. Maybe.
The same argument has been happening. This same argument has been happening it's basically been the sole focus of local politics in California since the Silicon Valley tech boom. Okay.
Hello? Are you there?
But yes,
Oh, yeah.
so I don't believe that talking to them more is going to help.
I mean, dude, I don't
Yeah,
know,
I just
dude. It's
don't
like
think
it's
so.
different people. Like I don't know what. Like this is so
I was
nuanced.
building a fancy house fix homelessness, dude. I just explained to you this filtering effect. It's not just houses; these are apartment units, hundreds of apartments at a time on small lots.
Like, dude, don't you think
This substantially changed the
don't you
housing market in
think
SF, where
like
there's
listen,
been no
when we're
new
talking about
development.
a prescriptive change for housing, don't like as bad as it could be where the government steps in and builds housing and then it's like, okay, well we don't need to worry about the profit incentive because
There's no proposal for the government to build housing. What is this made up reality
no,
that you guys
yeah,
are
there's
living
no
in?
proposal,
There's
but
not even a
wouldn't that
fucking
be a better way
proposal for the
forward?
government to build housing.
I mean, there's no
There's
proposal
not.
for people to have the red tape cut because it's like a hyper
Yes,
nuanced.
there is.
No, dude, there's not. Like,
Plenty of
you
people
can
talking
list a
about it.
series of
Wait, but
policies and be like, these
for the
policies are
government to
bad.
build housing, this is a massive endeavor. For the government to actually build housing, this is
Yeah.
a massive endeavor. There's been no real proposal for that. There's at best been proposals for the government to build homeless shelters. Okay, there
Okay.
have been, and the current SF mayor, who is a lot different on this issue, wants to build them. But they're not going to be able to because they're too expensive for the government to build. But there have been no even proposals for the government to actually produce apartment units. That would be
Okay.
enormously expensive. They're not going to do that.
And that's why it'd be like
They shouldn't do
another
that.
way
They don't have the
forward.
expertise to do that.
It would be a radical departure of the norm, which is what I'd be arguing that
Why,
Democrats
but
should
why do we
focus
need to
on.
do that? There are developers with expertise who can do it cheaply and can do it effectively. Why can't we just let developers build housing? We need more housing ASAP. Why can't we let developers do it? What is your guys' issue with it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I think that like it wouldn't really. I mean, I would need to read more research on this, but I don't think it would like solve the homelessness issue. I don't think it would solve that
Oh my
issue.
god.
I don't think it would
Okay,
solve like affordability.
hold on. Wait, once again, we're muddying the waters. Would developers building more housing reduce rents in the Bay Area? Yes or no?
In the Bay Area specifically, I mean, based off of our conversation, I think that yes, it would.
Okay, but then that's enough of a reason to build more housing. That's enough of a reason.
Yeah, but like, listen, we're
Like,
talking like,
it doesn't
listen,
have to literally.
if we're gonna
The
get rid of
apartment building
all
doesn't have to
regulations, that's
increase all
insane.
homelessness, dude.
We can't get rid of
The
all
apartment building
regulations.
does
You
not
can't
have
get
to
rid of
increase
building
all homelessness
inspectors.
for it to be a good idea.
But dude, like, you can agree with me that regulations are good on private corporations, right? Like, we can't just whole cloth get rid of all regulations. We can't just let developers like buy up
We can
anything that
get
they want
substantially. I
and
keep
build
saying
like a
substantially
factory.
reduce.
They
We should
can't.
substantially reduce regulations.
But then we're getting
Substantially
into the
reduce regulations.
conversation. But dude, then we're getting into the conversation where it's a nuanced conversation. It's not a dramatic departure from what we're
What's the
talking about
nuance?
now.
What's the nuance?
The
Every single
nuance is
housing
picking the
development proposed in
regulations
the
that are
Bay Area
good
is
and
blocked
bad.
by the
That's the
left.
nuance.
Left blocked every house. Where's the left's nuance? The left blocks
Dude, wait.
every single fucking housing development.
Dude,
Okay?
we're arguing
With
about the
parking,
same
they
thing.
block it. Without parking, they block it. With affordable units, they block it. Without affordable units, they block it. Close to a grocery store without parking, they block it. Far away from a grocery store with parking, they block it. It must be near a park. Fine, it's near a park. They still block it. There's literally
I mean,
endless
dude,
fucking reasons
I
to
don't
block
know.
it.
Like,
All because of community
I
review
can't
and
go over.
CFAW.
I'm not going to go over every single like building proposal, or like
Oh,
even
well, you
maybe
want
we could go
nuance,
over
and I'm
one.
saying the left has no nuance. You're saying I want nuance. I want some regulations to exist, some to not exist. I'm saying that's fine, but the left has no nuance. The left just fucking stops everything here.
Okay, but like the people you're describing, you say yourself they're not the left. They're like rich liberals that care more about their housing, maintaining its
In terms of the political
its
party,
cost.
the Democrats. Wait a minute. The political party that they're a part of are Democrats. The Democrats are the ones locally that create all the problems when it comes to housing.
Okay,
Here
sure.
in the Bay Area.
But are you using the term the left to describe Democrats?
Anyone who identifies as NIMBY and argues from a leftist perspective and left-coded arguments, like this will increase gentrification or this or that,
Okay.
those are the people I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fair. But literally, the person you just mentioned like you said, they were using left-coded arguments, but you were talking about them defending, like they were being a NIMBY because they were trying to preserve the cost of their own property that they owned. Right? So like I would say that's not like a leftist position to have. Like I don't think, like I think you're right that in that example you had evidence to disprove the fact that they actually wanted to increase affordable housing.
Do you agree then? Do you agree that being YIMBY is being leftist? Or leftist should be YIMBY?
Yeah, I agree. I think
Then,
so. Like I think that yeah, housing needs to be built. We need more housing in general.
Then what's the disagreement?
Well, my disagreement is you're saying we need to dramatically reduce regulations, and I agree that regulations can be reduced, but I also think that there could be room, like there's a space for a proposal where like we have like federal programs that build housing. That's what I'm arguing.
What?
That like
this has nothing to do. Okay, dude, what? This is not a reason to oppose my stance. Is we should let developers build housing.
Okay, that's not a reason to oppose your stance, but you're specifically like you are talking about a very like a specific neighborhood, but well, not a neighborhood, but like San Francisco. And Ezra Klein is taking that specific talking point about housing not being built in California because of regulations and trying to apply it to a broader political movement. And I don't think that's applicable. If you wanna campaign on saying
what is your source of disagreement with the stance that private developers, should build more housing? Is there one or is there not?
Private developers should build more housing? Yes. Well, I think that they should, but they have to like I think that we can't get rid of regulations that are necessary and important.
What regulations do you want to keep?
Environmental regulations, building like health regulations, those would be the biggest ones.
What?
Environmental regulations and building health violations. So like making sure there's enough fire exits.
Building health violations are not the problem. When it comes to environmental regulations, what happens in the Bay is that these regulations are essentially used to stop all housing whatsoever.
Okay.
There are basically years upon years of environmental studies conducted, hearings on the environmental studies, talks with the experts on the impact on air emissions and this and that, stops a lot of pretty much all housing from being developed.
Yeah.
Environmental regulations might be fine, but there cannot be the ability for literally anyone living in the area to sue based on these environmental regulations. There needs to be substantial harm first identified and proven before this can be stopped.
Okay.
So when I say substantially reduce regulations, in particular, the problem in the Bay Area is the process through which new buildings can be stopped, which is basically this thing called community review. Anyone in the community without any environmental expertise, without anything, can sue developers on environmental grounds or whatever grounds. And despite having pretty much no evidence, the process can last for years and years and years, which is part of what deters developers from building housing here.
Okay. So, right, that might be a part of environmental regulations that needs to be amended.
This fucking Crotchy guy is pissing me off. This is the problem. The problem is, like, these chatters are retards. I just described very in depth why building even luxury housing, even like extremely
dude, hold on. Like, just chill out. I agree with you. Crotchy probably just made it into the stream after you said that. I just
explained this and they still can't even remember. Identify your goals. My goal is to build more housing, my goal is to build more housing.
Dude, to be fair, he might have entered after you said that, okay? But listen to me. Like, we're saying the same things. Yimbys on the left
argue with retards. That's my issue with the chat.
Well, dude, why are you even looking at chat? I don't look at chat. Come on. Okay, but listen to me. You're saying that we need to have like
the fucking IQ test to get into these chats because these people are retards. I never said California is socialist.
Okay, dude, listen to me. There's a difference between arguing about policies, which is what we've been doing for like the last half hour, and campaigning on things. I don't think like Kamala Harris should have been like, I'm going to campaign upon getting rid of
Karachi, you're a retard.
neighborhood.
Karachi, I straight up can you ban Karachi from the chat? This guy is
Dude,
actually
I'm
retarded.
not banning. Why are you? Don't read chat. That's the first rule of being on the internet. Don't ever read chat. Okay, but listen, just like, do you agree with me on this? That what we've been talking about, which is a conversation about highly specific, like laws that can deter housing developments, is different from what politicians, especially on the national scale, like presidential.
Strings to ensure affordable rental housing stock.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, if you're gonna if you're gonna argue with chat, then like just type in chat.
I'm gonna not read chat. I'm gonna not read chat. I explained very clearly all the reasons why building more housing is good, even from the affordability perspective, and also that
No, of course.
all new developments have
people,
units sectioned off for affordable rental housing,
and I would love it.
Affordability limits and rent control are bad in general. But okay, sure.
Okay, but listen to me.
I'm gonna get away from chat.
Dude, you need to like, you need to put on blinders. Okay, dude.
But okay, I'll talk to you now. I'm gonna not look at chat.
Yeah, chatters are distracting. Don't distract us by sending us money, okay? Don't send me money and distract distract Sam. Don't do that, guys. Please don't distract us with your money.
Neoliberal supply side dogmatist.
Okay, but dude, just like, do you like, listen, we're talking about policies, and this is an important conversation to have, right? Because it is really interesting to get into the nitty gritty details of why housing developments aren't being built. And I appreciate the book Abundance for describing that. I think it was interesting. However, I do think it is almost completely irrelevant when we're talking about what a politician, especially the president, and like the direction the Democratic Party should go. And how politicians should run on when they're running on a national scale. Like, I don't, because we've talked about this and we agree there are some regulations that are good and some regulations that are bad. Republicans just want to completely like slash all regulations. And I think that like leftist and Democratic and liberal NIMBYs want to be like, okay, well, we should get rid of some regulations that seem to be unnecessary and are like hurting the idea of building more housing. Like any kind of housing, like it seems like any kind of housing will reduce the amount, like will reduce some kind of pressure on tenants and bring down costs.
I'm like essentially a kitchen. Like I think we should essentially be throwing the kitchen sink at the housing supply issue. In New York, in SF, in the DC metro area.
Oh, I got distracted by chat. Michael with two pounds. I'd hate to be distracting streamer with money right now.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay, sorry. What did you say?
I just cried, you guys. Fucking retarded. So yeah, I was just agreeing with you, and I was noting that I essentially think that we should be throwing the kitchen sink at the housing supply issue, all across metro areas. And I can get into the benefits of encouraging people to move to metro areas that are all independent. But essentially, I think that lack of housing supply causes a lot of pain for working class Americans all across the country.
Yeah.
It makes their commutes longer. It makes it so people are living in less environmentally friendly areas. The commute itself has huge environmental costs. On top of that, we fail to subsidize transportation anyway. It's just a disaster, honestly.
Karachi with the 5 gifted subs.
It also encourages people to move out of liberal states, which decreases the left's electoral power, which is a really interesting point as well.
Yeah, that was interesting to listen to in the book too. Okay, I kind of want to get into the conversation that Sam had with Ezra Klein, and
one more thing. So sorry, you were saying, okay, it's good to talk about the policies, but it's more important maybe to talk about the way that Democrats should run, or maybe this book has nothing to do with that.
I'm not saying it's more important to talk about that. I'm just saying that that's what Ezra Klein tried to make it seem his book is about. And I really think that, like, at the end of the day, it's not a coherent way to run Like, I don't think I don't think arguing over specific policies is an effective way to run a national campaign or to run a national party.
Well, I think so. For one, I think the Democrats do have an issue with arguing for anything.
Arguing with
Okay,
arguing with
they're
anything
literally arguing for anything.
for
Okay,
anything. Okay, go like
yes,
explain.
like they don't have really any reason to vote for them besides they're not crazy. You know,
Besides, your life won't get marginally worse.
and so like from a moderate perspective, moderate voters' perspective, like they always tout as moderate. They'll say, "Oh man, we're not the far left. We're not like socialists. We're not gonna fucking ruin the economy that way.
Karachi, you sent five
Also,
gifted
we're not
subs.
Trump. We're not crazy.
I'll read your next message on
Role
stream.
models."
Okay, go ahead.
Huh? So essentially, it's just a list of things that we're not. Okay, it's a list of extremes that
Yeah.
Democrats are not,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not a reason to. That's not exciting. That's not a reason to vote for anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think in that sense, they do need to figure out what's the reason to vote for you. And I think that if you're going to paint yourself as a capitalist moderate, as a Democrat,
Yeah.
this is a good entry point. This is a great entry point to say.
I guess I
like,
don't
I want to
understand what the oh, sorry to interrupt you, but I don't understand what the difference between a Republican saying we need to slash like regulations and a Democrat saying that would be then. Like, you're kind of just,
well, maybe both are saying it. That's fine. But my point is that
but then it's not effective.
Democrats should say it. Democrats should claim that. I think if they're going to run as moderate capitalists anyway.
Yeah, I guess so,
I don't think
but the thing is,
you
like,
can't not take a political position because Republicans might also take that political position. You know, you it's okay to have a political position. Like there might be other reasons to vote for you. Like all the other things you're saying, oh, I'm not crazy, I'm not Trump, the Republican Party is going nuts. And also, hey, look, you're going to reduce my rent. Okay,
I mean,
that's a
at
good.
the
Like
end of the day,
you
though,
need
I don't
something around
think that's a good, I don't think that's an effective, I don't think that's a winning message, I'll say. Because if you think about it, you
what's the
have,
winning message for you? Like I think it's all about framing, right? Like I think if you are to have a message that says I'm going to reduce your rent, I'm going to make it so you could live closer to your job and
Mhm.
reduce your commute. That's something tangible that I can latch onto. I don't think there's anything wrong with running in large part on something very simple like that.
But like, just think about it. It's the NIMBY liberals that have all of their money in their house that vote for Democrats, and it's the like it's the corporations and the rich people that
Well, we've already
don't.
bagged their votes. Like, look, I think that essentially if you're going to target only wealthy Democrats, that's essentially all we've been targeting for the past 8 years, and that hasn't worked.
Okay, yeah,
But
no,
that's fine,
that's
but we
true.
didn't
That's
target
true.
them.
You need to expand, but um,
The working class. And I think like this is an issue that resonates with the working class. My rent keeps increasing, or whatever. I can never move to the city. New graduates who are trying to work in employment centers who just simply can't or have to commute a crazy amount. This is something that'll speak to them. I mean, it's a very relatable issue. It's a very relatable issue. It's
yeah.
why people on both sides have strong opinions on it.
I mean, you're not wrong in the sense that like you could unlock voters. It's just interesting. Like, yeah, it is interesting because you could unlock like younger voters. I mean, like we're gonna make it easier for you to get a house, right? And that could unlock younger voters. It's just
I mean, and then once again, I think if we're going to have this conversation, I'd like to hear what opponents of Ezra Klein would rather Democrats run on in the next election. Because if it's like, yeah, well, I guess I'd just like to hear that, yeah.
yeah, and that's probably why we should get into the Sam Seder debate with Ezra because I think it'd be interesting. It is just like It's an interesting idea, though, because that's basically what Republicans run. That's like, listen, you're describing what Republicans ran on, and they won. So there is that, right?
Republicans did run specifically on reducing rent or something like
They
that.
didn't run on
Republicans
specifically
did
reducing
also did.
rent, but they said that we're
Republicans didn't
going
run
to
on. Wait a
cut
minute.
government
Republicans absolutely
regulations.
did not run on.
But they
Republicans did not really run on reducing regulations either.
that's
Republicans
what that's all
have
they
not
ran
run
on.
on
I mean,
traditional capitalist agendas. They've run on tariffs. They've run on immigration. They've run on culture war stuff. I don't think they've talked meaningfully about red tape in
well,
any
I
like.
mean that's been their bread and butter for like I don't know
That's
the
not.
entire
It's not
21st
lately. I
century.
really don't think that that's what it is lately at all. It's not.
I mean, I don't know. I
You're
mean,
talking about a general Republican stance,
you can.
but not
I mean,
what's going
obviously
on
their
lately,
actions have been all about dismantling regulation.
as well as their campaign. I mean, pretty much the whole campaign was about tariffs and immigration this time around, and on trans stuff for a while.
Yeah, it was a lot of culture war stuff to be sure, but it was also about just the like Donald Trump has always demonized the elite Democrats that are in the government and how they specifically ruin your lives. So obviously he's not going to use the language of specific regulations because he's a good campaigner and he knows people just tune that shit out. And if the more details you give them, the less they
You
retain.
can't just say Republicans aren't really running on cutting red tape, but they kind of generally run on cutting red tape. And so then also that means that Democrats cannot run on cutting red
No,
tape.
I'm not
Like,
saying that they
no,
cannot
like,
run on that. I'm saying that
it's
that's
about
what
framing it
Republicans
once, yeah.
did run
It's
on,
framed
and they won.
in the context of the whole campaign. I think it's a good start. Essentially, is my point.
All right, let's just get into this conversation with Ezra Klein and Sam Seder because I think I'm a little bit interested in
Did you
this.
fucking link it to me or?
Oh yeah, I'll link it to you. I'm at 23 minutes in.
All right.
Oh yeah, let me link you.
I'm making the mistake of reading chat again, but I must say this is one of the stupidest chats I've ever seen.
Hey, you can't make fun of people with green names though. That's the rule. That's the rule that I have. Because they pay.
Fun of what?
You can't make people with green names in chat because they pay.
Okay, I actually haven't made fun of Michael.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, I'm at 23 minutes.
23 minutes exactly?
Well, 20. I guess 23:46, but we can start at 23.
Wait, are we missing important context or
No, it's the entire episode, so he had the whole intro.
Okay, sure. Anyway, 23:45 I'm at.
All right, ready? Oh, 23:45. Okay.
Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. All right, ready, set, play.
And then the parts of the book that I think have aroused more controversy, critique, energy, conversation, is that much of the book is exploring the question of why in the places Democrats govern, or in the times when Democrats govern, are liberals, are Democrats, are in some cases people on the left unable to produce more of the things we need. Why is there so little housing in California and New York? Sam, where are you? Just so I
Great point, actually.
New York. You're in New York. So
local
why in
politics,
places like New York,
states have been
and
doing much
California,
better.
and Illinois, where you have a lot of Democratic control,
That's
that's become
Minneapolis.
very unaffordable.
Is that
Why is
Minneapolis?
it very hard to cite enough clean
Minneapolis is
energy?
probably the one
Even though
example
that's
of
become
good
a
local
major
politics
project
for
for the Democratic
Democrats.
Party.
Everywhere
Why is
else,
so much that we
Republicans have
do
been doing
so
so much
goddamn
better.
slow? Medicare released its Medicare cards a year after it was passed into law. Getting prescription drug prices negotiated on 10 drugs took 3 years and will only go into effect this year, just in time for Donald Trump to take advantage of it and brag that it was him who did it. So this question of the sclerosis of liberal government, how do we actually make it deliver the things it is promising to deliver, is the core inquiry of the book.
And the culprits run across I guess like four sort of main silos, as far as I can tell. Like we have the regulation and bureaucratic red tape, and this is a problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of there's a lot of reviews of the book out there. It's also
have you read the book?
I have. Well, I've listened to the book. Let's put it that way.
That's as good.
And to be, I like your read better than Derek's. Okay, but I've listened to both.
Exactly,
I listened to.
All right, if you that just gives me a sense of at what level we're talking.
That's a different critique, but yes, I have read the book, and I've also read there's a tremendous amount of reviews about the book.
What is your critique of the book? I want to answer your critique of the book.
Well, I will get to that. Okay. I will get to that. But from your perspective, is this a policy or a political book?
Oh, I don't think you can separate those two.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you know my career. I'm a policy
Yes.
reporter from way back, but I think something that has always been central to the way I understand that is policy, politics, and process. And I think this is very much a book about process and proceduralism are all intertwined. The idea that you can peel them apart, that you could say, oh, this bucket is policy, this bucket is politics, is not at all how I look at that question.
Yeah, and I guess we'll start with the policy side first. But broadly, my critique is there seems to be an absence of, well, I think the culprits that you've chosen in some instances are correct, but broadly speaking, there's an absence of analysis of power dynamics. I think that and the interplay of money and politics, or I should say power in our society, I think is problematic. I mean, I think that look, there have been questions about specific policies and assumptions. I've read critiques about your assessment of why China is able to do certain things and whatnot. But and I also think the power questions really filter through a lot of what you perceive to be problematic. And then I think broadly, I think it's also difficult to understand how this is going to function as a political question. But we will get to all of that.
Second. We'll do the second in a minute.
But let's do the policy
talk about power. Let me talk about
Talking about rent control.
You want to pause it?
Okay, whatever, man. I don't have the energy to dunk on people on what rent control over and over.
Do you want to pause it? Wait, what time are you at the video?
Oh, I'm at 28:49 now.
Okay, I'll just play it there. All right, are you playing it still?
Yeah.
All right.
Not a leftist, I guess.
I think it's fine.
Mean when they say power. I think this is a book entirely about power. But it is a book that treats power highly situationally. So there is a structure of power that arranges itself around, say, a housing development in San Francisco. That is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you build interstate transmission lines, which is a different structure of power than arranges itself around the question of can you site rural broadband and build that in the way that you want to, which is a different structure of power than you see in a bunch of the other cases in the book. And one thing we are attempting to do over and over and over again is get extremely granular about what is happening. So one thing that bothers me about the power analysis that I hear on the left, let's take housing, because I always think it's very important to ground things in a specific case. Texas builds more housing than California. It builds more housing than New York. When people move to Austin and Houston and Dallas, they build homes. When people move to San Jose and San Francisco and Los Angeles, they don't. Is your view, do you find it a credible view to say that the issue is Texas has solved the corporate power problem, but California is permeable to corporate power and dominated by oligarchy in a way that Texas, or for that matter, Florida, is not?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily, I think it's not necessarily corporate power. I think what we're talking about is money. I think we're just talking about money.
So
and
Texas has solved the money in politics problem, but California does not.
Well, I can tell you that, like, if you want to compare, let's say, San Francisco to Houston, right? You just have a lot more space in Houston. You have a
And it's going
lot
to the
more
space and
money in
Houston
San
thing, which is
Francisco.
completely false.
And
There's
so
plenty
the
of space
power that
in San
rests with the
Francisco.
money is more
Most of the
concentrated,
fucking peninsula is dominated by
literally,
single-family
right?
homes.
And has the
Yeah.
ability in
Tons of
those
space in
instances
between
to
them. There's
stop
tons
this
of
housing
empty
project
lots.
or that
There's
housing
tons of
project. Like, look at Austin, for instance. You bring up
opportunities,
Austin,
weird little crevices, corners,
which in the
intersections,
course
things
of
that can be
Austin,
built on, parking lots
and
that
this
can be
was,
built on, that
I
are
read this
blocked
in the
all the
review
time.
because obviously
And
I'm
even
not
if you built
studying
not
Austin
even high
or
rises, but
San
mid
Francisco
rises
for
on
that
all
matter.
these spaces,
But
you could
Mhm.
Joe
quite literally
Weisenthal
increase the
wrote,
housing supply in SF by
his
50%.
observation
That's
about
not even,
Austin
that's probably very
was
conservative.
that
True. So it's probably a
cheap
question of zoning, right?
and
Where they're like, you
very
can't build.
expensive.
Yeah, it is a question of,
There
well,
was,
no, that's not even zoning.
and
It's
it
legal to
was a
build there, but
function
it's just
of
blocked.
But it's probably wouldn't be legal to build like
it's
apartments
very
there, right?
expensive there.
Rents have gone down in
It
Austin.
is. It is legal to build on
buildings.
most of these
They
places.
built
San Jose is
I
more
want to
of a
hold on what you
question
said the
of
first time.
But
Here.
zoning.
That San
San
Francisco has
Francisco
there
is
was
concentrated
no
money in
Okay.
change. There was no change in the building codes, for instance. Like the argument
the
that
building code responded in Austin. So you can just go look. You can. I mean, I don't know if you guys are able to pull up data
Hey,
on
Sam
the
is just
show and
completely
show it,
wrong here.
but just go pull it up if we can. You can search Fred housing starts in Austin and San Francisco. You could just do this in general. You can look at this analysis across blue and red cities.
but
What
is this
what the difference?
completely
Hold on, let me just.
Go ahead.
I want to go through this example, but we can go through a bunch of them. Houston doesn't have a zoning code. That's why it's easier to build there. I mean, I was talking to a developer there, and he said, "Look, the thing everybody knows about Houston, if you're a developer, is it's a bad place to be a homeowner. It's a good place to be a developer." And this
Like
is
when he
what I
says
mean
Houston
when
doesn't
you
have a
start
zoning
pulling
code, I'd
questions
like
about power.
him to expand
You
more
raise
upon that.
procedural
Like,
questions. You
because
need
are
to
there
show
no
what
regulations that
proof
affect the building
is
in Houston?
in many blue cities.
Like,
Zoning
I
codes
think
are
it just feels
zoning codes are
simplistic
a
to
very
say,
specific set of
By corporate
regulations.
power.
Wait a
It
minute. Zoning
can be
codes are a very
used by moneyed
specific set of
interests.
regulations
It can be
that
used by
limit the
local
type
homeowners
of
who are
housing you
not
can build
power
in the
in the way
block.
we would normally think of them, but
So, for
sure as
example,
hell
San
are
Jose,
power when you're thinking about whether or not to
here,
build
let's
something.
pause
pretty
it.
much
It can be
all of
used by
San
all
Jose. You want to
sorts of
pause?
Yeah, let's
players.
pause.
And so
I'm sure there's like, what do you mean by some regulation? I'm sure there's some regulation in Houston. Like building codes, structural
Right.
integrity, plumbing, fire escapes, all this stuff. That's fine. But zoning codes are a very specific set of rules that limits how a space is used and what's able to be built on it. So,
Hmm.
for example, San Jose is notorious because I think 90% of that city is zoned for single family homes. Of the available housing plots of the city are zoned for single family homes,
Yeah.
which means that you can't build apartment buildings, and not at all mid rises, high rises, but you also can't build townhouses, condominiums, anything that's even like sort of dense. You know, it's zoned so that it has to be hyper sprawled out. So there needs to be a single family home. On top of that, there's lots of requirements on what those homes have to have. They have to have, for example, offset requirements. So they need to be pushed back from the road a certain amount. They need to have garages a lot of times. It's like specified that the garage needs to fit sometimes even more than one car. Like you have to have a 2-car garage. A lot of times they have to have some sort of lawn around them, green space around them, or things like draining, because when water drains off of a hill, it wants to be absorbed into the ground before it hits the road.
Hmm.
And so as a result, you have to build extremely sparse, kind of very sprawled out housing across San Jose. So you know this creates urban sprawl for one, which is just environmentally bad,
Yeah.
an inefficient way to use land, an inefficient way to build. It's environmentally costly because the roads in front of these houses now have to be longer and have to take you to the city. People are commuting more. The roads need to be maintained. It's much more expensive for the city to maintain the roads, piping, and fire station access, things like that, to service that neighborhood. Um, these things have really cascading effects, not only for the environment, but it's also driving cities bankrupt. Like cities all across the U.S. are going bankrupt because they buy these sorts of neighborhoods that are zoned for single family housing, and they can't afford the upkeep and maintenance on them. So this is a huge problem described in a book called Strong Towns, which I would encourage everyone to read. It's by a guy in Minnesota, actually,
Strong towns.
Charles Marone, that runs a nonprofit in Minnesota. Anyway, that's what he's talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if Houston does not have any single-family housing zoning requirements or specific zoning requirements that limit what can be built. Yeah, that's what they're talking about. And so when you say like some regulations need to exist, some don't, I'm talking about major regulations that change arbitrarily what can be built on a plot and limit arbitrarily what can be built on a plot, despite the fact that there's demand both for people buying apartments there and supply, a willingness of supply, like developers wanting to produce apartments there. This is the obstruction of market mechanisms in housing that's fucking up the whole state, whole country, really.
Yeah. It's interesting. You're right, because there's not really obviously there's not really like one clean solution, but definitely
it's a lot of things. Look, it's a lot of things. It's not, when you say one clean solution, any one of these things being changed would make a huge difference. If San Jose got rid of its zoning requirements for single family housing, that would make a huge difference in San Jose. It would make a huge difference for people's lives. People could commute to Palo Alto and Silicon Valley much easier for work. They could live probably just very near their work, because San Jose itself has a lot of employers and a lot of big companies are headquartered there. It would be a bustling city. Because it's a beautiful place. It really is. It's near a bunch of cool natural locations. 2 hours away from a national park.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely doesn't seem to be like a factor of space, as you say.
Not at all. The space thing, this is where I really feel like developers have an advantage, though, these private developers. Because some of the proposals I've seen in SF, they're nothing short of beautiful and creative in the way they use small plots and build lots of units on them.
Yeah.
How beautifully nestled into the city and really fits the skyline and surroundings of the city too. This is just a function of firms having architects and designers and things.
Right.
Government, it doesn't have the expertise. It doesn't have that.
It doesn't. So, anyway. It doesn't have like things built up. Which, obviously that doesn't mean that the profit incentive is the thing driving that ingenuity and creativity. But it does mean that that's where all of that talent is located at the moment, which would be like, obviously, as a socialist, my argument, but we can continue this debate. All right.
Oh my god, Prati is talking about rent control probably because he's retarded. All right.
All right, just play the video.
Are we playing? I'm at 32:59.
Okay, me too. Ready, set, play.
I think that one of the places where I quite diverge from some of my other friends on this is that I think when you create this level of proceduralism, this level of veto points, they get captured by interests over time. And that is a place where power can pool. Now, I think the place where just to finish the thought, I think the place where I probably part is that I think that the left is often very attentive to power when it is coming from certain recognized villains, and much less attentive to power when it is coming from people who might in other contexts look like allies or just be local homeowners. But that can also be real power wielded in a problematic way.
Well, but you list.
But I disagree with that, because I think the left does target homeowners as a cause of NIMBYism.
I would suggest to you that in all three of those that you just listed,
I don't know.
that
I don't know how to argue this point, because
factor.
It's non-falsifiable.
I don't know San Francisco. I don't know Boston. I know Worcester, Mass.
As long as we all agree with the
I can tell you that during
if you consider Sam Seder a part of the left, and then he acknowledges that, then at least in this one example, it's.
Then Sam Seder would be different from most of the left I see in the Bay, or in power and local politics.
That ended up dumping people in.
Yeah, but what you're describing is like homeowner NIMBYs, which I think I don't know, dude.
By the Worcester Redevelopment Authority, that was completely
Wait,
streamlined.
but I'm telling you
None
that these are
the
part of the
other,
Democratic Party.
what we would call today groups.
Yeah, but that's not
There
the
was
left.
no
That's
equity
liberals.
involved in
That's
this.
the left.
You
I
know,
mean,
or
No,
equitable
it's not.
justice.
It's
where
literally
is
not.
the left? Where's the left in the debate?
And
Because
the neighborhood was
okay, the left is not in
completely
power
destroyed because
anymore.
it,
Okay, if
it
we're going to talk
only
about the
essentially
left,
came
all I
from
can
this
really
big
talk about is
insurance
people I see
company
online,
and the Worcester
people
Yeah.
who are
Redevelopment Authority, which
who
was
want rent control.
essentially owned by the
People,
same type of people. And,
these are
and I
people
only know
that
about this because a
are
buddy of
not in
mine
power,
was
but are also
homeless in
NIMBYs.
high school
And these are
because of
people who
how
are on
much
the left.
destruction
They're a lot more vacuous
generationally
and
it
not specific. I mean,
created
I can give you examples of tweets. That's
as a
not going to be
result of
convincing.
that. And so when you list off those three elements of power,
All I'm saying is that,
in my mind,
I
those
mean,
are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure
it's
there
like
are
Sam
stories
Seder right
of
now is
low-income people
addressing the
who
home owning NIMBY
own
power.
homes
So
in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, stops, is able to stop building. But I would
you can give
imagine
examples of
those are
people that
very
haven't
I'm just
recognized
saying there's a
that.
very
Then
far
I
and few
think we
between.
should
That's
be in
wrong.
agreement.
That's
Right?
actually
If this
wrong.
is the case you're
Last
making, then I
year,
think
there
we
was a
should
new
be
train
in
station
agreement
proposed.
because
It's a
there's
train
no
All right,
station
doubt.
hold on, pause it.
in SF
Well,
that was blocked by all old homeowners.
Okay, pause it, pause it. Wait, what's your,
Okay,
what
fine, I'll
did,
pause it. But when Sam Cedar says that the homeowners blocking developments are
Mhm.
few and far between, that's just false. That's just false. These are the people who show up to the meetings. These are the
That's what he
people.
said?
In Mountain View, for example, I was reading a news article very recently about a meeting in Mountain View for a new apartment building. They're all old homeowners, old white people who have homes who don't want their properties depreciating, who are literally saying, well, yeah, people can't afford to live in Mountain View. They should go live here. They should go live there and commute. That's what I did. The people should just go commute.
Yeah.
It's like literally proposing 2-hour long commutes to tech headquarters. What I'm saying is that just that empirically, I'm seeing constantly homeowners stop development, or at least they're a big part
No,
of the
but
process.
Sam said low income homeowners. He's saying that they're not moneyed interest. They're like the poor people that are homeowners aren't stopping
Wait. I don't know
developments.
what low income. Okay, what do you mean by low income homeowner? In the Bay Area, you could be a low income homeowner just because you have a
Just,
low income, but you bought a home a long time ago.
yeah.
You are very wealthy if you have a home in the Bay Area. You are very wealthy. You have probably at least $5 million in your home, for a home that was built over 50 years ago.
Yeah.
So okay, is that a moneyed interest? I don't know. I think it is. I think it is. I think that's a moneyed interest.
Yeah, I think that's fair to
I
say.
think they hold power and they're wielding power in a negative way.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, then what Sam's saying when he says low income homeowners are very few and far, like very rarely stopping housing, that's not true. That's just not true then.
Well, I think that anyone that wants to stop housing in order to maintain their housing wealth, like the market value of their housing, you can argue that that's a moneyed interest. Like definitionally, that
Yes,
is.
but that's what Sam is arguing is not a moneyed interest. So you would disagree with Sam then in this case.
I mean, I don't know why he said. I would imagine that homeowners stopping low income homeowners is few and far between.
But I don't know why he said that either, but he's wrong about that. That's all I'm saying. He's just wrong about that.
But like, yeah, I guess you can say that like if you're rich, you can still be low income even though you have your house. That's the majority of your wealth, right?
Yeah, that's consistent with what I'm saying.
Yeah, like if Sam
What
is,
are you saying? What are you trying to say?
I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say. I think that if you want to make the argument, like if people are putting in the time and effort to stop developments, you can pretty clearly say that they're maybe not wealthy, but not like poor. And I would also say you can argue that they're not low income, whatever that means. But then again, this is just an offhanded comment that Sam made. I would have to like rewind it. Like, what is the point that he's trying to
They might be
make?
low income, but they're still the problem, and they're still wielding power in a problematic way. like Ezra is describing.
Okay, but once again, that would be an example of a moneyed interest, and I think Sam's just saying that you're not talking about moneyed interests, and then Ezra says,
No, Sam
"Well,
said,
I'm talking
I think
about
it's very
housing."
rare. No, you're just changing what Sam said. Sam
Okay.
said it's very rare that a low-income homeowner is blocking housing. That's not true. That's just not true.
Okay, but like, what's the context of this? The context is Sam says you're not talking about power. You're not talking about moneyed interest. And Ezra says, well, actually, it's homeowners are stopping this. And Sam says that, okay, well, that's an example of moneyed interests, right? And you'd agree with that, right?
Sure, I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Well, they're doing it for
it's
money.
moneyed interest. But does moneyed interest mean there's interest in the sense that you want to save your money? Or does
I
moneyed
guess
interest
so.
means you have money and you're interested in stopping something?
I think it would be it's an
Is it about the
interest
act of having
for
money or
your
the act of
money.
saving your money?
It's the act of taking actions in with your money in mind. I think that's what
Okay,
Sam
yeah,
would say.
then that's really a moneyed interest.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's continue this. I'm at 3504.
3504. Okay, 1 second. What the head V looks like. Okay, play.
All right, 3, 2, 1, play. I think just buffers a little bit. That's probably why I'm behind you. Okay, so he says,
List off those three elements of power. In my mind, those are all moneyed interests. Those local homeowners, I'm sure there are stories of low-income people who own homes in an area that hasn't been redeveloped, is able to stop building. But I would imagine
This is what I was
those are
disagreeing with. I
very
don't know if you
far.
got it. This is the part
Then
I
I
was
think we
disagreeing
should
with.
be in agreement.
yeah,
Right? If this is the case you're making, then I think we should be in agreement, because there's no doubt that
Well, I'm saying it's moneyed interest.
it's sometimes money interest for sure, right?
Well, what is it the
But
other
let
times?
let me finish the thought,
Okay.
and then you can give me your rebuttal. When you create these highly legalistic systems, the people with the money to hire lawyers and lobbyists are going to be more capable within them. And so the structure of a society that begins to bury so much in bureaucracy, where you have to know when to show up to the planning meeting and you have to know who the city council members are, like, it begins to structurally favor those who can navigate that society. So when we talk about things like upzoning, where we want to make it possible to build more houses in an area, like, everybody knows it is almost impossible to upzone a rich area. And that is because they are able to bend this process to their will. Now, you can take a place like
All right,
California,
well,
right?
let me address that. I mean, I get
Okay.
I get that point there, and I think that is what worries. I don't know about other people, but that's the type of thing that worries me, because the argument you've just made is almost identical to the one that I would have every week with Tim Carney, who I know, back in the day, which is an idea that the problem with wealthy influence, and if you and I agree, then it is money. The problem with
But
it
we don't
is
agree that it's all money.
okay.
Listen, money is one mechanism of influence.
But it is. I think it is the biggest one. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the issue. So look, there
Well,
are
I'm saying,
there are a bunch of these issues where
Okay, well,
money
let me
ends up on
finish.
both
Let me
sides
finish
of the
my
fight.
point about Tim Carney. He would say that you need to have less government. That way, it cannot be as corrupted or manipulated by moneyed interest. Now, I don't know if you think that money is the problem 51% of the time or 30% of the time.
I don't think categorically asking that question is, but here, let me say where I disagree with Tim Carney, because maybe it'll clarify where maybe you and I don't agree. Tim wants a less capable state. I want a more capable state. Tim wants a state that does fewer things. I want a state capable of doing more things, including the things it has already promised to do. So when I look at California high-speed rail, I work backwards and I say, what the fuck happened that the state of California could not build high-speed rail, which they can do in Japan, they can do in China, they can do in Europe?
It's been delayed for over
Tim
5
looks at
years.
it and says, They shouldn't be trying to
And
build
over $1 billion
high-speed rail.
in funding for
And
it, too.
so the
Yeah, I
disagreement I
know.
have with Doge, with a lot of different things, with a lot of my friends on the right, is they want to reduce state capacity. I come at this from as a liberal who wants the state to accomplish very difficult things: decarbonizing the economy, building enough affordable housing, including, by the way, public housing, building mass public infrastructure, things like high-speed rail or the Big Dig or the Second Avenue subway here in New York City. And what I see is a state failing to accomplish its goals.
Right.
Now, they would say, don't fucking try. I would say, fix the state. And one issue with the state is that it has become so highly regulated, not in terms, I find that when I use the term deregulation, like people's brains turn off because they think of deregulation as something that the state does for the market.
I feel talking
But
to
no
some
player is
lefties,
more highly
when we
regulated
talk about
than the
deregulation.
state itself, often by Republicans, often because of power in the way that you would define it. But I think a lot of liberals, a lot of leftists have, one, and this is my critique going backwards, ceased to see this, but two, they don't take state failure seriously. And when
Yeah,
something
no,
like when something like California high-speed rail happens or rural broadband, they sort of move on instead of saying, why are we not delivering? We are the people who believe in government. People are pissed at government for a reason. How do we make government
I'm gonna pause
deliver?
here for a second.
All right,
and,
let's
and,
pause.
and I think
I'm gonna pause.
I'm at
I-
39:43.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I find this message genuinely quite inspiring. I find this quite inspiring and energizing.
Mm-hmm.
That we should just be expecting solid, very deliverable, low-hanging fruit wins. It's not actually hard to increase the housing supply. The solutions are all there.
Yeah.
It's not hard to increase the energy supply. We know we can license way more nuclear energy and we could fucking make energy super cheap. It's not even hard to build high speed rail, really. It's not really even that hard, honestly. I don't know why we treat it like it's fucking impossible alien technology that only Japan has. It's not.
Yeah, that's true.
We have great engineers. We can do this. It's just like we've given up on even trying to do the easy, low-hanging fruit. And that's what I want the Democratic Party to start talking about. Okay? I don't have the solution.
But I think that's a
to
like a
everything.
left. That's a
I don't have the
leftist
solution to any hard
message.
problems. What?
That's a leftist message. When Ezra Klein says that like liberals have given
Hey.
up on it, yes,
But then
they
great.
have.
Then great. Then don't disagree with them. I'm not arguing it's not. I'm a leftist.
I
I'm not
know.
arguing that it's not a leftist message. I think it is a leftist message. I just find a lot of pushback from leftists that I don't understand. That's what
Well,
I'm
this
saying.
is the pushback, and Sam was getting to the heart of it. The pushback is you are saying that it's regulations that are the issue, but why are the regulations being used to prevent projects instead of encouraging projects, right? Why is that the case? And Sam is saying it's not the regulations that are the issue. Regulations are being used by money interests to maintain their money. That's what Sam
I
is
think we
saying.
can talk about that, but I have two responses to this. One, it's not all just money, because there's a lot of money trying to build new housing. It's immensely profitable in California. There's plenty of money behind it. And to just say, well, the other side has more money, I don't even know if that's true, man. I don't even think it is true that the NIMBY side has more money behind it. Okay?
Okay.
The second thing is that we can talk about the solutions to money separately, but for now, this money will always exist. There are always going to be very wealthy NIMBYs who can control the process when it
Right.
comes to building new housing in the Bay. We need to streamline the process itself. This process is overly legalistic. It takes lots of meetings. It takes a lot of planning. It's something that no one can keep up with. No one, even like from a constituent's perspective, no one on the side of someone who wants to build an apartment building can go to all these planning meetings and all these committees and make the case to build a new apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
So when Ezra Klein is saying we need to streamline this process by removing the ability of random neighbors and residents of a town to sue on the grounds of CEQA, that is an excellent step in the right direction. That would lead to an enormous increase in development on day one. That's a low-hanging fruit. It's a low-hanging fruit that we can be accessing right now.
Okay. This is the thing, though. Like, what are we talking about specifically here? What are we talking about? Are we talking about this is a guidebook for Democrats running for the San Francisco board, like supervisory board, to run on this? Because if they're running on that, they're
Democrats
not going
won't
to get
run. Democrats
elected.
don't want to run on this, frankly. But yeah. Anyway, what are you saying? Like,
Like,
what is this about? This is just, I think it's a way forward. I think it's a way forward out of the problems that urban areas in the country is facing all across the country. Cities all across the country are facing.
but this is what I'm saying. Like,
And in fact, conversely, I think what Sam is saying about how the moneyed interests are the main thing that matter here, that's not a way forward. That's a dead end. That's a dead end because this money is always going to exist. There's no way around that money.
well, I think you need to address the money in order to go forward, right?
No, we don't need to address the money. That's my point. In some of these cases, we don't need to address the
But
money.
people have been
Addressing the
trying
money is
to.
addressing the money is impossible. There's no way to address the money. Okay,
Well, I mean,
that's not a real solution. Addressing the
there's
money is a
one way.
meaningless phrase.
You have to like do federal programs that in like basically
Yeah.
federal infrastructure investment programs and try to just
What does that have to do with housing? What does federal infrastructure investment have to do with housing?
build housing with like federal programs. If
No, dude, no. First of all, that does not even address the money.
I mean it does though,
It
because
doesn't
you're
address the money.
avoiding
Just
like
to say federal
localized
government should-
city politics.
Just saying the federal government should build more housing, which is essentially what you're saying, doesn't address the
Yeah.
money involved in stopping housing. Okay? By your own logic, that fails.
But
It
it
does not address the money. I want to be
But
very clear
if
about
if
that.
the
It
money
does nothing
if the
to
money
address the money.
stopping if the money stopping it is localized to cities, and then they're electing politicians based off of saying,
First of all, the
I'm
federal
going to
government
maintain
is
your property
subject to
values.
CEQA as well. Federal government, even federal politics, federal projects are subject to CEQA. Just because the federal government is building housing doesn't mean you can get around the CEQA process. It doesn't mean that the moneyed interest can't block a development. And second of all, we've already discussed that the federal government simply does not have the ability to become a landlord. It doesn't have the ability to build lots of housing. It doesn't have the ability to manage a lot of housing.
I mean, it could
I've given you the
Could get the
example of
ability.
even affordable housing units, or not even homeless shelter units. Units that are the bare minimum. They're supposed to be better than a tent, a place where homeless people can go to sleep.
Yeah.
And it costs $1 million to build 2 units. That's the stated cost by the California government. This cannot get us out of the housing supply issue. We need private developers to be able to build in the Bay Area, at least in the short term. At least in the short term, that's what needs to happen. That's the easiest switch, the easiest way to
I
open
just
the
don't
floodgates
buy
for
that the
more
federal
housing
government
supply
can't
in the
build
Bay Area.
housing. But okay, you say it's the easiest switch.
You're not even answering what I'm saying. The federal government is subject to CEQA that doesn't get around the moneyed interest.
Okay,
that
but
solve the
if you're
moneyed interest
passing
problem?
federal
Then why don't you tell me
legislation,
this?
you can override CEQA on like a federal level. Can you not?
It's
Or
not
like,
even true.
but
literally
dude,
not
it
even
is true.
true.
Like we've seen
Literally not
what
even true.
Donald Trump can do with the government. You can like ignore any law basically if you have enough
That's
will.
not true because the state government can't even override the local politics.
Okay,
Sacramento has been sued several times because the governor wants to build more housing, but even he's unable to do so. Okay,
but like
I don't think
we're
okay,
seeing a
if your point is
president.
change CEQA, if your point is get past CEQA, that's what Ezra Klein wants. That's not even addressing the moneyed interest. Like you haven't even gotten to the point where you address the moneyed
No,
interest.
I'm addressing the
That's
moneyed
the reason-
interest by saying you can
How are you
run a
addressing-
populist campaign
How are you addressing
and
the
then
moneyed
have the federal government build
Wait a
housing.
minute. If you're saying override CEQA is addressing the moneyed interest, then you agree with Ezra Klein. That's what Ezra Klein is saying.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can override the money interests by having a federal campaign to basically like promote the development of housing. That's what you can run on, and then you can build like a department of housing.
What does promote the development of housing mean? How do you promote the development of housing?
Dude,
Want you to
I
be
don't
specific,
fucking know.
because you can't. Exactly, you don't know because you're just saying address the moneyed interest by promoting housing. That's not a fucking. That doesn't mean anything. That's not a specific solution.
It's not a specific
It's not,
solution,
that
but that's not
literally
what
is a
Ezra
meaningless
Klein's
phrase.
offering either.
No, that's not even true. Ezra Klein is saying to gut CEQA. He's saying substantially deregulate the process. That's a specific thing. It doesn't address the moneyed interest.
Okay,
What you're
so
saying is
one
not addressing
specific
the moneyed
policy,
interest. It's not offer a path forward.
dude.
Okay.
Places like Houston and Utah promote housing because
Yeah.
they have a general idea that we need to build more housing. So they look at specific policies. You can do that on a nationwide level too.
What do you mean by that?
I don't
Actually, what
fucking
do you mean by
know.
that? What
I'm just
specific
reading.
policies-
I'm just reading
What are
about
the
this
specific
shit.
policies that Houston put? What are the
What's it?
specific policies that Houston put in place to build more housing?
Well, let's look it up.
You don't have any because it's a lack of policies. That's what it really is. It's a lack of regulation, a lack of zoning requirements.
Okay, but a
Not
lack
more
of zoning
policies.
requirements isn't a
Nothing
lack of
about it
policy.
addresses money interest, quote unquote, which you keep saying, but then failing to say
Bro,
how
listen
you
to
actually
me.
do.
Listen to me. California isn't building more housing because of moneyed interests. Right?
Not entirely, but okay.
Okay. So then how is
It's not entirely true, dude. But that's not entirely true. There are lots of homeowners. These are not big. These are homeowners probably have less money than developers, but they can use
Okay.
the process. They can use the CEQA process. to
And why
gut
are they doing
the
that?
development of new housing, even despite the fact that they have less money than the developers trying to build more housing.
I'm not saying it's a battle of who has more money. I'm saying their housing isn't being built in favor of preserving your property value. Right?
What?
I'm saying housing isn't being built in California because the California residents want to preserve their property value.
Yes, and they have the means to be able to do that, which is the critical part.
So how do you solve that?
By getting rid of the means by which they're able to
how are
block
you
new
going to
housing.
do that?
By stopping the CEQA process.
How?
Removing the regulations for CEQA.
Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that?
Environmental regulations without clear damages.
The leaders that Californians elect represent the moneyed interests, right? So who the fuck is going to get rid of?
No, that's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true. We need to vote in better people. You're right, but these regulations have been in place for a long time now. It's hard to remove. Like the current mayor of San Francisco wants to build more housing. He's against CEQA. The governor of California, Gavin Newsom, he's against CEQA. There's plenty of people against this stuff. It's because it's been in place for so long.
Okay, so then I guess why isn't it being repealed then?
It's hard to repeal stuff, man. It's really hard to repeal stuff.
Because I guess they just don't have like the votes necessary to do it because the voters of politicians in California
and even
still are trying to represent their
there's
voters.
A couple court cases, and there are even court cases against Newsom right now for trying to build more housing, by the way.
Okay,
like,
so
all of this is a subject to litigation and review at every step of the way.
Right, so the homeowners are resisting this shit. So like, yeah,
they are resisting it.
You just need like a general, like, listen, we say there's not one button you can press to make more housing. So that means you need a general idea to produce more housing, and then you can look at different avenues to make that happen. Right? We're in agreement on that. So why can't you run on that as like just like run on that as a federal thing and be like,
what I'm saying is that a myopic focus on addressing the money, whatever that even means, isn't the way. You haven't given me a way to address the money. There's no real way to address the money. We have to get into the nitty gritty of policy. We have to remove the ability to sue on the grounds of CEQA. We have to get rid of zoning requirements.
Well, I think Sam Seder is just talking about like
mid-rises. We have to get rid of various.
You're hyper fixated on like step one, but I mean, you kind of need to focus on step 0, which is kind of getting like, I don't know, running on a populist campaign, I guess. Like you need to get the power.
What is your position? I think you're really benefiting from the fact that you don't have a clear position.
I mean, I said it before. The government,
you have a non-existent position.
The Democrats should run on a federal program of building housing. That's what the Democrats should run on. Make housing into a human right and run on that. make a department of housing, and then get the means where you can build apartment buildings that are fixed rent. Get the means where you can
No, wait a minute. First of all,
hire architects to build fucking homeless shelters or whatever. Like, I don't see why the Democrats just don't do that instead of being like, we're going to cut regulations, which is
it's
what
not that they can't do that, James. It's that it doesn't even address any of the issues with the process, and there's no real reason to do that.
Well, listen.
Like you're saying, why doesn't the government build more housing? All the reasons why private developers can't build housing would be reasons why the government can't build housing. Like you're proposing a non-solution. That's something that does not address all
the thing is
issues with
this:
the housing.
the federal government can basically, I mean, we're seeing it now. The federal government can override state. It can override state regulations. So if you have a federal government that supports the idea of building housing, then that housing can be built in a way that private developers wanting to build housing can't get around. That's like the bare facts of the matter.
You're just proposing a utopian solution. Like you don't have a way of getting there. That's my point. None of this involves addressing the money, by the way, which I keep trying to pin you to.
Well, the addressing of the money would be running on a populist campaign. That's what the addressing of the money would be. You're appealing to people that don't have moneyed interest.
The money stopping the housing from being developed.
But if you...
There's nothing to do with running on... Like, you're just connecting random things and saying that's addressing the money.
You can but you agree the federal government can override...
You can run on a populist campaign if you want. Run on a populist campaign. And also gut sequel. You can do that.
Would
you be happy with that? Would that be addressing the money sufficiently for you?
It would be,
because that's what you just said is just addressing the money.
I think you can do that, and that would be a point of addressing like a point of money.
That's not addressing the money the way Sam is talking about addressing the money at all. Like this is not connected at all to what Sam is saying.
Mm-hmm.
But if that would satisfy you as addressing the money, I'm all for it. I actually don't really give a fuck.
Well, I think it would be like another Band-Aid issue where it's like another example of government and like public-private partnership. And usually that is worse. And I do think that like eventually like that would be a Band-Aid.
We should be essentially throwing the kitchen sink at the housing supply problem.
Okay.
Some things are going to be Band-Aid. They're going to be a weird. Yeah. They're going to be.
So you agree with me then that the government should.
Some things are going to be.
Like build. The government should work towards, like in a utopian idea, the government should work towards building a good supply.
Federal housing supply.
Yeah, federal housing.
Like a nationally owned housing supply.
Yeah. I mean, the federal government already does that on a military basis. Like it can just expand that. Program.
Okay. I have no real reason why this would be more successful in my mind than private developers building housing. But I think it's literally just the vibe of the federal government owning the housing.
I think federal government owning housing is
there's literally no real advantage
better.
to this. There's no real advantage to this besides just like some sort of vibe.
Well, the advantage is what you listed. Like we were talking yesterday about how fixing rent can actually reduce the amount of housing being built. If you want cheap units, then that's like almost impossible to do, because if you force developers to make cheap units, then it's less profitable and they're going to build less total units. So
but this is the difference between you and me.
Okay.
I'm not even opposed to that. This is the main difference. This is the main ideological difference between you and me. I'm not opposed to that. Because even if the government owns some housing in the Bay Area, that would put downward pressure on rents. And like I said, I'm in favor of throwing the kitchen sink at the housing supply issue. I'm down for that. I'm willing to do that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're not willing to do is address the issues with CEQA and allow private development, which would also bring down rents. There's no actual tension between these two positions. It's just that the left says my way or the highway. We go with literally nationally owned housing, a radical departure from anything we've ever done.
Yeah, and I think that's needed.
A disaster. You're saying that or nothing. And I'm saying, okay, let's do that, and also let's do this. There's no actual tension in these positions, and there's no reason to shut down one solution in favor of another.
Well, I think that if the government starts like, creates a department of federal housing, if they do that, even though I guess they already have housing and urban development,
Wait,
but
the Federal Housing Administration already exists, the FHA, but okay.
okay, but like the promotion of federal housing or federal owned housing units. Let's say they do that, or they greatly
Okay.
expand the FHA. Um,
Okay.
then that could also have like splashover effects on increasing like corporations building housing. Like at the end of the day, I think
I want to do that. That doesn't even make any sense. But my point is that there's no tension in these positions. There's no reason to disagree with reducing the burdensome regulations that are preventing private developers from building housing efficiently, cheaply, very quickly.
mhm.
There's no reason to oppose that you've given yet. You're just saying, let's also do this nationally owned housing program. Let's also do this. Let's also do that.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's a good mechanism, like as you've said yourself, when people are trying to reduce the regulations to increase this private public partnership, and promote
You keep
more.
saying private public partnership. There's no private public partnership. It's just allowing private developers to build
Well,
housing.
I mean, there's a lot of partnership, like even not counting like
What I'm saying
private
is this does
developers.
not require any partnership. This is what
Okay,
I'm
it
saying does
doesn't
not require.
require it, but it's a big part of it, right? It's there's a big part of liberal governors giving subsidies to.
No, that's false. So liberal governors often what they'll do
Dude,
is subsidize the demand for housing. So they will provide loans, they'll provide rental assistance to residents. What they will not do
I
is
mean,
actually
they.
subsidize the supply of housing, which is the main problem, and which
Well,
is
okay.
why
In
most
the
liberal
abundance book, I
governors,
mean, they gave
most
an
liberal
example
cities
of
have
that.
failed.
I think that like they do subsidize low income housing. At least like in Minnesota, there was examples of that. Um, I mean, obviously off the top
Minnesota
of my head.
kept its rents low because it built a lot of housing
Yeah. So they
without
do
any focus
subsidize. They
on
do
affordability
subsidize,
requirements,
and that's an
regulations.
example of
They allowed private developers.
private public partnership. It's an example of what you're kind of talking about, subsidizing supply side. If the government's already
So they
in
didn't
the
subsidize Minnesota. Most of the housing built,
yeah,
it's not because they didn't subsidize even close to like the majority of the housing being built in Minnesota.
they
It's
didn't
probably
subsidize
passed
it,
on
but
somewhere.
they have subsidized it
But
in the
most of
past.
no, Minnesota was able to reduce rents because it allowed private developers to build wherever they wanted to build. That's the
Okay,
main point.
okay, that's fair enough. But like there
Most of
are
the
also
time, most of
examples
the
of
time
Minnesota
across the country,
subsidizing low income
liberal
housing.
states do not subsidize the supply at all. They subsidize demand side
Okay, but in
exclusively.
Minnesota, there are examples of the states subsidizing low income housing. Like
Sure,
there's
I'm sure there's
examples
pretty
of
small examples,
cities
but
doing
it's
that.
very, very, very little, I guess. But I'd say.
Okay, but like that exists. And so if the government is already in the business, at least in some aspect, of subsidizing low income housing, I don't see why they can't just like obviously expand that. And I think that subsidizing housing
It's fine.
is,
And once again, I'm not opposed to that because once again, I'm in fine with throwing the kitchen sink at the issue.
yeah.
But the simplest
I,
and
I, my,
quickest way of building housing, once again, is allowing private developers to
and
build.
listen,
That's my point.
I'm not even saying that the government should be responsible for building like $1 million penthouses or anything like that. But I do think the government should be.
I think you're really missing the part where I'm saying it needs to be done quickly and efficiently. That's a huge advantage. Developers right now are willing and able to build lots and lots of housing very quickly.
Okay.
Okay. We should allow that. That's my position.
Um, yeah, I see that. Like I see what
So
you're
just
talking about when you
saying,
say
you're just
quickly and
talking,
efficiently.
like, you're just ranting about some program that doesn't exist. We have no idea how well the government can do. We have no idea how efficiently the government can do it. If anything, the empirical evidence suggests that the government's going to be horribly inefficient at doing it. And you're saying, let's nationalize the housing
I
supply.
don't know. I disagree with that because I
What are we
think
talking about? Like, I'm just
when the
talking to a
government
retard.
does
Like,
work
we're
with
talking
private.
about stuff that's never going to happen. We're talking about stuff that's never going to happen.
Okay,
I'm
but
talking
dude,
about
like
real
listen,
solutions that can happen tomorrow. I'm talking about real
I can
solutions that can
grant
happen
you
tomorrow.
that this is a band-aid that could be important, right? So, let's
If
say that
anything,
you do
the
run on.
band-aid is the nationalized housing supply. That's a band-aid.
Like
Okay, the real solution, the one that asynchronously serves the people's needs and meets the demand for housing, is a free market of housing.
okay, like I guess I don't know about like the free market of housing because obviously what what is the free market when the government like determines what can be built, what can't be built, what regulations are on it and stuff like that.
That's the part that's interfering with the free market of
Right,
housing.
exactly. Um, but okay, listen. When we're talking about public or yeah, public or private corporations building housing, I can grant you that that is something that can be done now, and that's why I call it a band-aid. But especially when we're talking about low income housing. But a lot of low income housing is already subsidized by the government, and that's why I think that that is a effective solution and something that can actually be ran on as a populist idea that can get
If you want
people to vote
wait,
for
wait, wait.
them.
If you want the government to give money to build more housing, low income housing, middle income housing, whatever housing, no strings attached housing, I'm fine. I would love that. I would
Okay.
love that. The government generally does not do that right now. But if that's what you're advocating for, I'm in complete agreement with you. What
Okay.
I'm telling you is that sure, I mean, giving developers money or giving other people money to build housing would be nice, but they're willing that's unnecessary because these people are already willing to build housing. That's not the problem. We have people willing to build housing.
I don't even know if that's true though. Like when we're talking about low
But
income
James,
areas,
James, that is true. That is completely
okay, but
true.
dude, when we're talking about
That's
low income
completely true.
areas, there's, of course, when we're talking about San Francisco, people are going to desperately be lining up to build there because they
Right?
know that there's going to be people that want to move there and they're going to pay for it. But when we're talking about like low income areas of the country that have been historically underserved with infrastructure, you need government to step in. It's the same, it's like the classic example of the post office. The post office doesn't make a profit
Okay,
because it does unprofitable things by delivering to underserved communities. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying the government needs to step in and
that's
support
fine.
housing.
I definitely support the government either paying private developers to build more housing there, building more housing there themselves.
Hmm.
That's fun. Okay. Also realize that low income areas are only low income areas, oftentimes because those areas are being prevented from being upzoned. Okay.
Okay.
It's highly profitable to turn a low income area into a nice area. Okay. And if you were able to consistently do this all across the country, then low income residents would be able to live in nicer areas because rents would come down. But that's a separate point. Either way, I mean, I'm agreeing with you that the government, once again, I'm like a kitchen sink guy. I want to throw everything possible at the housing supply issue. And if that means some government built housing or government subsidized supply, then I'm totally fine with that as well.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, I guess we're in agreement because I do think that when we're talking about like market forces, they are going to be able to, fill in a void that's needed. When people are able to pay and willing to pay, then they're going to have that spot. I just think that what we're ignoring is what the market isn't able to cover, which is places in low income areas. And I
That's
can
but that's
obviously,
wrong. But the market that's not really the case. That's not really the case.
I mean,
Markets
there's an
But the
example,
nice thing
like,
about markets is that they allocate in a market efficient way, which is that they meet the demand wherever people are willing to supply the product. The
right,
issue
but
with
like,
low income places often is that it's impossible to upzone those areas.
okay, but like, as you say, it's a band-aid that's needed now, and if we're talking about like
Yeah,
upzoning
like I said,
entire
and then I'm
low-income
just gonna go back to the
communities.
fact that I agree. I agree that the government, if you want, if that would satisfy you, then I agree that the government should at least subsidize this housing supply in those areas or build more housing in those areas. But really, that's not the problem. The problem is that it's illegal to upzone those areas, and developers would build there
Okay,
if it were legal to upzone there,
right.
and it would put downward pressure, which is counterintuitive. I understand, but even upzoning an area puts downward pressure on the rents in those areas,
Hmm.
and that's the part that I think um it's nice that you're not disagreeing with me there, because that's the part where a lot of lefties disagree with me. But in my opinion, that's the best way forward, I guess.
And
In
I
terms
think,
of the quickest way of getting more housing built all across the country.
right. And but like this is again, this is my issue.
Because
When
keep
we're
in mind, this is all asynchronous. There's no central organization doing this. These are random developers in random places seeing an opportunity and
yeah.
building. And that's the beauty of it, all right? I mean, free markets fail in a lot of instances, but they, in this case, what I like about the free market solution is that it allows an asynchronous development of lots of housing in lots of different areas without any need for coordination, planning, funding, all this stuff. All this stuff is taken care of on its own without needing to worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue this, and then I don't know how long this interview goes, but I probably can't stay
Now we're
on
30.
for too long. All right, let's play a bit more of it. 3, 2, 1, go.
And I think in terms of results, I think
Are they
you
still
and
here?
I
Yeah.
are largely aligned. But I think the problem is, and you bring up Doge, and it's ironic that you and Carney will approach it in a very similar way, but anticipate different outcomes. But that being aside, I mean, I think that is where, people get a little bit
But see, I don't
nervous,
think we're approaching it similarly. I think
well,
it's at a level of abstraction, it's similar, and then you go granular and it's not at all.
But see, this is what we're talking about. See,
Yeah.
like, it's their policy and politics are in the same place. So we have a level of abstraction, we have a level of granular, right? And the point is the way that these two commingle, I think, becomes problematic where these two things meet, because your identification of the primary problem, right? I mean, this is the point. Like the you don't address moneyed interest per se in the book. The primary problem is, I mean, if you just do a summary of the book, primary problem has to do more with the regulation and the handcuffing the state has done of itself. But the state doesn't do it itself. Like, all of this handcuffing comes from a place, and it's either moneyed interest or it's not. And
So
I have no doubt that at different times.
This is where I think you've really oversimplified politics. I want to try to find the right example, because I think if we stay high, we just are like yelling about this abstract question of money. But let's talk. We both believe in decarbonization.
I think that's really grounded, though.
Hold on, but let's talk about it from this perspective. We both believe in decarbonization, right? Climate change is a problem.
Yes.
And we sort of see the pathway on that is we have to build a lot of green energy to reorient our economy so you can run a modern economy on a green energy basis. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So to do that, you have to move all this energy production over to renewable sources, and then you have to get the energy from where it currently is, right? A solar farm, a wind farm, a hydroelectric, project, whatever it is, and run it through transmission lines to where we plug shit into the wall and charge it. I have done a lot of coverage of this failure point, because we are to be.
You might agree with Crotchy on this chat. Today's Joe Biden Cancer Day, a day of celebration around the world.
In which our decarbonization strategy works if we cannot increase by orders of magnitude how fast we are building transmission lines. There is money trying to build transmission lines. There is money trying to slow down the building of transmission lines. Just walking into this process and saying, where's the money, doesn't get you anywhere. Like, I have talked to the private equity figures trying to get a transmission line built. I have also talked to the green, new dealers trying to get that same transmission line built. And I've also seen the people standing in the way of it who have all their reasonable and good arguments. I don't find, when I dig into these things, that the way I can just repeatedly sort politics is, well, like, over here there's the money and the money is bad, and over here there is the not money and the not money is good. Usually there's money on both sides of it. There are sometimes unions on both sides of it. And so the structure of the book, because I hope people come from this and want to read it, the structure of the book is typically working backwards from a problem. We're not building enough housing. If we go granular on that, what can we learn? We're not building enough transmission lines. If we go granular, what can we learn? And I just don't think abstracting out to money tied the state's hands. If money could untie the state's hands on a lot of big building projects, all these fucking developers would do it. But it can't, because the proceduralism takes on a life of its own.
Exactly. Like
I
I
follow
don't
what you're saying,
understand.
that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're
You
saying.
can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific
Okay, let's
issues
pause it real
in
quick
each case.
I
because
have no
obviously, like
doubt
we've
that there are-
we've talked about this point
Because,
before. We talked about this point where you're like, okay, well, there's money,
like he just said, there's money on both sides.
there's money on
It's
both
not, you
sides,
can't just say
but then
addressing
he's trying
money
to say that it's
differently. There's
just
money on
proceduralism, but it's not. He's saying there's money on both sides, and like it's one moneyed interest against another. That's not proceduralism taking a life on its own. It's a clash of different moneyed interests, right? Like, and that's my point. Like, he's trying to make it seem like it's the left handicapping the government, but it's the government's
It
working
is.
the way that moneyed interests have designed it to work.
No, there's mind interests that would not want CEQA. There's mind interests that do want
Right.
CEQA. It's not
But then he's saying
CEQA didn't come about
proceduralism.
from. Wait, first of all, you're just wrong. CEQA didn't come up. CEQA initially was totally fine, actually.
Yeah.
Initially, it was about preserving the landscape and like keeping areas close to national
Okay.
parks protected, air quality and stuff like that. Moneyed interests did not design CEQA. Like,
Yeah.
where are you getting this? Where are you getting this idea from?
I never said that it was.
You just said moneyed interests have designed the process to make it this way.
Okay, well, you just said that SQL was fine, but has it like transformed into now a way that people use it to stop development projects if it will impact their own properties value? That's a way of moneyed interest designing this process to work for
But
them.
they didn't design the process. They take advantage of the process.
Okay, well, okay. Yeah, they've turned
Process
this
in
into
place, they
now a
just
way
can't.
that they can challenge housing projects.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why are some moneyed interests winning in this case, wealthy homeowners, and some moneyed interests losing, like the private developers?
I would say because they
Why are
vote
the
for
private
politicians that
developers able to
represent
steer
them.
the process in a way that's successful?
I would say
If
that
it's all about the money,
the homeowners can,
why
they
aren't the private
directly
developers
elect
able to
people
do that?
that will fight for them.
But okay, so it seems like it's not just about the money. You cannot just simplify it to the money because some moneyed interests failed, right? One of the groups with
Yeah.
money actually failed. One of the groups with money succeeded.
Yeah, it's not just about the money, it's the intersection of money and
Because
politics.
the process
But what, I mean,
favors one side over another. The process favors one side over another.
yeah, I mean, I guess so.
This is what you're not answering. Are you not able to understand the argument? Money exists on both sides.
Yeah.
You cannot just say the moneyed interests are winning because the moneyed interests
I
are also
never said
losing.
the money interests are winning. Like I agreed with you. It's money interests on both sides. The point that I'm trying to say is, Ezra Klein says, it devolves into just proceduralism taking on a life of its own. He's excusing moneyed interests of any kind of responsibility. Sam Seder is saying we should look at moneyed interests.
No.
Ezra Klein
That's
is
not what he
saying
said.
no.
Wait a minute. I think I genuinely just think
let's-
you're watching a different interview. or
Well, let's
something.
rewind it then.
He didn't say money interests have no responsibility. That's not at all what he said. He would absolutely agree that wealthy homeowners, wealthy NIMBYs are clogging up the process when it comes to building more housing in the Bay Area.
You cannot generalize. It
What he's
sounds like
saying
what
is
you're
that
saying.
You can
you
generalize
cannot
some, but
just
you have
say
to take seriously
money in
the
politics is the
specific
problem.
issues in
Money in
each case.
procedural
have no
politics or
doubt
money in
that
local
Generalities should
politics
emerge out
is
of
the
the
problem.
granularity.
Okay, what are the
And leave it at that.
generalities? Like this is what I guess.
Sorry, what?
Book.
You cannot just say that money in local, procedural, or county-based politics is the problem and leave it at that.
I guess, like, why can't you say that? Because it's those people that are using these procedures to stop the building of new housing.
Because it's the procedures that allow some moneyed interests to win over others. And if we tackle the procedures, we can change the outcomes.
Okay, so he's literally saying that proceduralism takes on a life of its own, and I disagree. I disagree that I just disagree with you that it's the procedures, because it's the people that are using these procedures, using them that way. Like, if we didn't have those procedures,
What do you mean? The procedures are in place to be used. The procedures are in place to be used. The people who want to use them will use them. The
yeah, but
people who
they're
don't want to use them will
abusing
not
them.
use them.
Like, you're basically making the argument that what started off as a good idea
Yes,
is now
someone
being
has to do the
abused.
act of using procedures. There's no benevolent entity out there that would stand to lose money and not use a procedure to prevent the loss of money.
Yeah, true.
So
But
then,
like,
therefore, we should stop the procedure that prevents a social good, like more housing supply, to be developed.
I mean, I don't really I don't really
Like,
understand what you're
what
saying.
possibly the disagreement to this? Like, I just feel like we're arguing in complete circles
No, but dude,
because
you're
there's no
saying
real disagreement
you're
here.
saying it's people that are property owners that are stopping properties from being built. But let's not look at
Wait, that's one group. Yes, I think there's a lot of different groups, and there's a lot of different issues with the process.
okay, so then what are the other groups of
But
people?
yes, what?
What are the other groups of people? Because that's what Sam is arguing is the moneyed interests. So what are the other groups of people that aren't stopping new properties from being built because of their property values? Just like leftists that are
I
like, I
gave
don't
you the
want high-rise
example of
buildings.
Mayor London Breed, whose husband is one of the owners of a massive real estate conglomerate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
so
wait,
I just gave you another
she
example.
stopped housings from being built?
I mean, it's very likely that London Breed had an incentive to protect some of the environmental regulations that were stopping housing from being built because her husband was, I mean, because she essentially owns this real estate. Her family owns a real estate conglomerate.
Okay. So I guess wouldn't that also be an example of a moneyed interest?
Yeah, wait, what are you asking me? You
I'm
asked for a different example. You asked for a different example
okay.
besides just homeowners. I gave you a different example.
So a real estate developer that would make the
Sure,
real
yeah.
estate values go down if they built more. Like
More housing supply
would
would
have
make the real estate price would put some downward pressure on real estate prices. Yes,
okay.
and also
Um.
rents because I think that company owned a bunch of rentals.
So isn't that the almost the exact same thing as a homeowner? Like they own multiple homes.
I mean, you're just like asking me for new examples. I'm giving you some slightly new examples. I don't
Well,
have.
okay. So like,
more.
okay. Let's just continue this.
But
Like I think we're
James,
not arguing about.
this is my point. This is my
Yeah.
point. People using these process and exploiting the process have a lot of money because one of the points Ezra Klein made is that when you have a very procedural and
Yeah.
legalistic
No, I
process,
agree.
the people who can use that process
Yeah,
to
I
their
agree with that.
advantage are the people who have the time and resources to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm not disagreeing with you that moneyed interests are not misusing the process. They are. What I'm saying is that you can't just say, let's address the money. Let's address the money. Because
Mm-hmm.
one, there's money on both sides, okay? It's not all about the money. And two, there's no real solution. Like, there's no real way to address the money, whatever that even means. And I don't think you've even addressed the money. What you can do is change the process that's being exploited by one side that
Uh-huh.
allows them to win, that allows them to stop housing development over and over and over again.
Okay.
That's what you can do. That's a real solution. That's a real solution that's practical, that can be fought for. It's a specific
So
thing
yeah,
that I
it's
can
a
try to
specific
implement.
solution, right? Um, I
But
guess
that's important because what tends to happen with the left is you have no solutions. You have no solutions. You just gesture vaguely at the money, gesture vaguely at the system, and say, "This is the problem. This is the
well,
problem.
I
This is the
think
root
the
cause of all
idea
of this."
Sam Cedar's
And I'm saying,
hinting at.
you don't have a solution to the system. I don't have a solution to the system. You don't have a solution to the money in politics. I don't have a solution to the money in politics.
Yeah.
You don't have a solution to the people misusing CEQA and weaponizing it. I don't either. What I do have a solution to is how to get developers access to lots, and that's
Uh,
to get rid of CEQA.
yeah, but so like your solution is to get rid of CEQA.
or
Like you
substantially,
can't
or,
get
or
rid of
change the grounds for
CEQA.
which you can sue developers. Yes.
Like I think Sam Cedar is just talking. I think this is all Sam Cedar saying. Ezra Klein agrees with you. We have to get rid of like certain regulations that are hindering developments. You're looking at these regulations and being like, let's get rid of them. Sam Cedar saying, well, the money, people with money are using these, and that's the reason why it's hindering them, because of the people with money. Maybe you should focus on them, and like maybe even
But
just
what do you
at
mean
least
by focus
mention
on them?
them, like at least
I
mention the,
want I want to know what you mean. What do you mean by focus on them? What does that mean? What do you want to
like
do to them?
acknowledge that that's the reason that these procedures are being used, or that these
How does it? What
regulations
does
are being
acknowledging it
used.
change? I can acknowledge that that's the reason this the procedure is being used,
What acknowledging it
and then also
what
oppose the
acknowledging it
procedure. Like, what does
changes
acknowledging change?
is that you
I
can start
acknowledge
working to what you can
why wealthy
overcome.
homeowners are using CEQA to stop new housing. It's because they want to protect their housing
Okay,
prices.
so then how are you
Okay,
going
now
to get rid of CEQA? Because you haven't explained that at all. Like that can be
that's the part.
something
What do you mean? Okay,
that you target, but you're saying you can't just say go after the money. But I'm saying you can't just say let's get rid of CEQA, because it's moneyed
why is it
interests
my
that
burden
enforce
to give
CEQA.
you the specific voting pathway, the specific procedural pathway through which CEQA is going to be repealed, while you have no solution at all? Like, you repeal CEQA by repealing CEQA, okay? You gotta fight in court about it. You gotta argue for the costs and benefits. You gotta convince a judge to re-examine it. You gotta get rid of the protections that were built in when it was first implemented. And that's how the process even begins. All right, it's a long, hard process to do real politics. Meanwhile, you have no solution at all, by the way. Like, you're asking me to figure out the specific fucking voting pathway and the specific goddamn city council members to convince. You have no solution at all.
I mean, my solution is like
You
nebulous,
want to fucking nationalize the
nefarious.
housing supply? How do you get that done, my dude? How do you fucking nationalize the housing supply? Or you? How the fuck do you convince Congress to literally build and become a landlord?
I
I'll tell
mean,
you, it's
yeah.
like that's never gonna happen.
You
I'll tell
basically
you, it's
you
literally
have
never
to
gonna
do
happen.
what
That's
Trump
never
did,
gonna happen.
and
CEQA is way more closer to that. My thing about removing CEQA is much closer to than what you're saying.
I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can get into that, but you have to kind of do
No,
what
I want
Trump
to do
did.
that because you're demanding from me. How do I repeal CEQA? How do you fucking nationalize the housing supply, man? Tell me.
I mean, when we're talking about nationalizing housing
What
supply,
do you
again, I'm
mean?
saying that you need to make like low income housing a right for people.
You have no way of doing that. You're asking me how to repeal CEQA. You have no way of doing anything things you're saying.
Well, like it can be done. I'm not saying that it can't be done, but you need to.
Just like repealing CEQA can be done. Why is my burden tell you the specific pathway to repeal CEQA while you can just fiat, oh, I want to nationalize the housing supply?
I'm not saying that you have to give me a specific. You have to give me a specific pathway to repeal
Yes, you
CEQA.
were. You were literally.
No, I'm
That's
saying
literally
that
what you
Sam
said.
Cedars like you need to focus on these interests that are using CEQA and protecting it. Like
What
you
does
need.
focusing on the interest mean? That's just kicking the can down the road. Okay,
Well,
you're saying
I think
repealing
it's getting
CEQA
to
is
the
largely because these
underlying
people
premise.
oppose it, but you have no solution to that. Opposing focus on these interests means nothing. That's a meaningless statement. Tell me what you
Okay,
want to do.
you're right. CEQA is like very specific, right? But it is a tool being used by a group of people that are trying to stop developments from happening, right? It's one of many tools. We've talked about this. So even though it's a specific tool, you can take a step back and look at it as part of a moneyed interest resisting development. That's all Sam Cedar is saying. And Ezra Klein
How is
is
that useful? Like,
very
what's useful
myopic
about
and
that?
looking at these specific policies. And Sam Cedar says, well, maybe it could also be beneficial to look at it from a more systems type of view, where it's certain moneyed
I don't think there's
interests.
anything. I actually don't think there's anything useful about that. But like Ezra Klein is saying, you can't just follow the money, and you can't just look at the system in general and look at why people are opposing something. Because once again, there's rich people. There's lots of money to be made on both sides.
Well, I
There's
think
lots of wealthy
I
money
think in
trying
the
to fucking build
process of
houses.
this conversation, following the money has been very beneficial to enlightening like why things are being done the way they are, right?
I completely disagree. Like, I think if you just wanted to learn why people are utilizing CEQA,
Hmm.
that's easy. I mean, we understand that. Like, there's nothing new or useful about that at all. If the extent of your analysis is just this is the reason why people are weaponizing CEQA, that you've added nothing to the conversation.
Well, I think
mean
it's
that's
important to
obvious.
look at
We
that
all know.
reason, because then that
I
can
think
be
it's
a
very
lens
clear,
that
and
you
we all
can look
understand.
at other policies and be like, okay, this is a way that it's
Sorry. I mean,
hindering
these people are
housing.
doing the conspiracy theory, like BlackRock is buying up the housing supply thing, which is demonstrably false. All right, I don't know, man. I mean, this is just the level of discourse on the left at this point. Like, these comments are really, I mean, they're just scary because these people have a complete lack of knowledge about the field. They have a complete lack of knowledge. I mean, it's, I just don't know. I mean, it's no wonder why we don't get staunch Yimbys from the left because you guys are so focused on fucking analysis that's not even useful or new
I
or
mean,
real.
dude,
Like
when we're talking
if
about
you're if
Yimbys
your
on the
big
left,
analysis of let's follow the money, let me
when,
figure out why wealthy homeowners are weaponizing CEQA, dude, we know. We know. That's
okay,
not the complicated part. The complicated part is figuring out how to build more housing, how to stop them from misusing CEQA.
right, okay, fair enough.
So, okay, sure. All
I
right.
mean, once again, I think that like it's a case by case basis when we're talking about cities being built, and yeah, you can
It's
say
not.
that we need
I
to
mean,
target
someone's calling
regulation.
me. I think someone's trying to call me an idealist. Like, it's not idealist. Minneapolis changed its zoning laws. Minneapolis fucking reduced a lot of red tape. Okay, I don't know who was on their city council or who in the fucking state government was
Yeah,
making the pushes.
and
I don't
how
know
it
the exact
happened.
process, but when you put the right people in power, it can happen. Okay,
Well, yeah,
when you
that's
support the
something I
right
should look
policies,
into too.
when you support the right policies and then you vote for the people who support your policies, good things happen. Okay, I if you're asking me the specific process through which CEQA is overturned or repealed, I don't know. I mean, Newsom did challenge it in the courts. We'll see what happens. But my point is just elect the right people, elect YIMBYs, argue for YIMBYism online, protest for YIMBYism, advocate for YIMBYism, and that's all a political movement can do at the end of the day. That's what I'm doing. That's what I hope you all will do. It doesn't
Here,
look
let's
like it.
read this
You
article
all
about
want like
Minneapolis land use reforms. We're getting into the weeds in this one. Let me send this to you.
sunset beats. Yes, we should build more housing in your area.
Dude, all I'm saying is
Why has
that
our rent gone up? Our paychecks have. I mean, our paychecks have gone up in
what?
real terms. Yes,
Minneapolis land use reforms offer a blueprint for
the rent has
housing
gone up.
affordability. And this was in 2024, last year. Minneapolis was once among the cities whose zoning policies prevented sufficient housing construction. In the early 2000s, the city maintained strict requirements related to parking, land use, and building height, width, and
Yes,
bulk.
reducing parking minimums is a big thing for cities. Yeah.
Dude, I would love that so much. I think there shouldn't be cars in cities at all, honestly.
You got to read this super funny parking thing.
Then rising,
There was a food bank. There's a food bank in SF, I think,
yeah,
that was blocked from being developed because one of the families who live like across the street from the proposed food bank
mm-hmm.
argued that the parking lot that this food bank was being built over was a historic parking lot that needed to be preserved.
Oh, let me check this out. Wait, a
This is what I'm
historic
saying when I
parking
say the
lot?
weaponization of sequel.
That's
A historic
hilarious.
parking lot fucking stopped this food bank from being developed.
Dude, a historic parking lot is almost an oxymoron.
So CEQA, by the way, allows historic preservation as well. This is what I'm saying about the weaponization of CEQA. Anyone who thinks that this is a reasonable protection
Wait.
of the environment or the history of the city is bonkers.
Wait, is this an article?
This
Oh,
legislation
Cron 4.
allows anyone to sue for anything.
Alameda Food Bank services in jeopardy due to lawsuit. A lawsuit against the Alameda Food Bank's new location may prevent it from feeding those in need, depending on how long the litigation lasts. On Tuesday, dozens rallied outside Alameda City Hall before the city council meeting in support of the food bank. This issue had nothing to do with the food bank trying to move to a new spot. Today's city council meeting was so packed. Okay, what is this? It's a CEQA lawsuit. It claims the city did not follow the proper procedures when approving our Forever Home project, which would nullify our approval of our building. It threatens to halt our project. Right now, the food bank is located on Alameda Point in a large hangar on the former Naval Air Station. It serves 1,200 families per week. Hardin says the new building would help them better serve the community. Okay, so what's the lawsuit? The location they want. Oh, he says Todd Hickman is one of the lawsuit petitioners. He says the city should have sold the food bank a better location down the road. The location they want, it violates law, violates CEQA. The main problem is the city of Alameda did not do proper environmental review of the project. They circumvented law. This location is a historic parking lot. That's so funny. The Alameda city attorney released a statement to Cron 4 that says in part, the lawsuit targeting the Alameda food bank is entirely without merit. The food bank project is supported by substantial environmental review and is situated in a location zoned for its purpose. After the rally, people packed into the city council meeting to speak up for the food bank. He said he had no problem with the food bank, but that it was a historical parking lot. So what's important about a parking lot? Why would you make a fuss over a parking lot? The city attorney also says he looks forward to swiftly dismissing the lawsuits of the project. What is this? I want to see this historic parking lot. This better be a fucking sweet parking lot. Wait, and they sued after it was built?
This chat is going. Dude, I'm reading chat again, man.
Dude, don't do it to yourself. Even I don't read my chat.
This is insane, dude. We don't need food banks. We need to be able to afford food. This guy's saying, I have enough of this Republican bullshit, and he's literally opposing a food bank. What the fuck is wrong with this guy, dude? What the fuck?
Dude, guys, chat, at the end of the day, like, we do need solutions to help people in need right now. So it's a CEQA lawsuit. Yeah, right. It's a NIMBY lawsuit. It's literally across the street from its current location, if I'm reading the article right. This is just some shit by truly hateful individuals. Yeah. So that is so fucking crazy. Okay, what's this Minneapolis zoning? So anyway, it says starting in 2009, they enacted a series of policy changes that reduced and then eliminated minimum parking requirements.
How is that wrong? Because building a food bank and making food affordable are not mutually exclusive. But a food bank does absolutely help people in need right now who need food.
We do need like solutions right now, and food banks are honestly more important now than ever. Like we can work towards a world where food banks are irrelevant, but right now we're just not in that world. Allowed construction of accessory dwelling units and lowered the minimum lot size requirements in residential zones, all with the goal of encouraging the construction of more housing. These changes culminated in Minneapolis 2040, a comprehensive plan that took effect in 2020 and codified the city's commitment to expanding its housing supply, especially near commerce and transit.
What chupacabra changed from a YIMBY to a NIMBY? It is two messages.
Wait, dude, are you still reading chat? What the fuck are you doing?
Dude, I can't, but this is like the lowest of the low fucking mental retardation. I mean, this chat is
Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit.
I don't know what to say.
Chill out.
I can't even believe what I'm reading right now.
Calm down. Don't read chat. Why are you reading chat? Policymakers in other cities can learn from Minneapolis. Okay. Communities nationwide face housing dynamics similar to those in Minneapolis. Because of a record low number of available housing units, rents and home prices have soared in recent years. This shortage exists in nearly every state. In fact, housing underproduction has been worsening in nearly 75% of the country's metropolitan areas. Much of the problem.
Oh, thank God. Chupacabra was the YIMBY. Thank God. I have one ally in the chat.
Oh, wait. The Y is not even close to the N on the keyboard, okay? I don't think it was a typo.
He said YIMBY, then NIMBY. Then he says a typo, I'm a YIMBY. You know, I'm going to go with his last one. Watch him change to NIMBY again in 5 seconds.
He's just going to like keep flip-flopping to trigger you. Much of the problem can be linked to overly restrictive zoning codes, which often prevent new housing development in areas that have good access to jobs and other amenities. Research shows that communities with strict zoning requirements tend to have higher home prices.
The vacancy rate in California is less than 2%. We do not have 28 empty units or houses for every homeless person at all. You have to look at the location. You have to slice that by location and look at a conditional on where homelessness is distributed and what the vacancy rates around those places look. Second is that we need to have way more units of housing than people and households in the US because of frictional housing. People move around and people need temporary housing. People change locations, markets, new cities develop, and people in this moving process are going to leave some housing vacant, and while they still need other vacant houses to go to.
Yeah,
So,
it's a good
well, one
point.
common thing people say is that the number of housing units in the U.S. is like 1 million or 2 million, or like a lot more than the number of households in the U.S. But that's really, yeah. This is, and in the Bay Area, it's probably even lower. Um, but this is mistaken because for one, households are bounded by the number of available houses, and two, we need way more houses than households because of this moving around issue I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me just read what this says. Policymakers in other cities can learn from Minneapolis's experience in implementing land use reforms. Since 2009, policymakers in the city have enacted 4 major housing policies that have allowed Minneapolis to expand its housing supply. In recent years, leaders have acted to eliminate minimum
Why are you
parking
dragging
requirements
me
for
and
new
Oklahoma into
developments.
your shit? What? How am I dragging this guy from Oklahoma into my shit? What did I say that drags Oklahoma into this shit? James, tell me what
What are
I
you
said.
talking about? Who
Drags
are you talking to?
Dude, this guy in chat is saying California is the fifth largest economy in the world. Why are you dragging me and Oklahoma into our shit? What did I say? What are these guys arguing against?
Bro, like, I don't know. I don't know. Did you talk about Oklahoma?
When did I talk about Oklahoma? You tell me when I talked about Oklahoma.
uh, I think
No, you know what?
I think he's
It's
just
like
making a
lowest
joke.
of the low, like from the
Bro, I
steepest of
think
the
they're
low,
just
the steepest
triggering you at
that
this
kind of
point.
thing.
Like, I think you're just like being a lol cow and getting triggered by them. But listen, stop reading chat. Holy shit. Okay,
Right, I'm just
listen.
not reading
These are
chat.
the four. These are the
I can't.
four.
It's like a train wreck, dude. I can't even look away. All right, yeah.
Dude, these are the 4 major housing policies that Minneapolis has used to expand its housing supply. Eliminate minimum parking requirements for new developments. Awesome. Encourage apartment development on commercial corridors. How did they do that? They added several zoning districts that increase the amount of housing that can be constructed near transit and along commercial corridors. The corridor districts permit 3 to 6 story buildings along with most of the city's transit routes, while transit routes allow 10 to 30 story buildings on lots adjacent to light rail stations and bus rapid transit. They established building height minimums in high density zones. Oh, that's cool. Okay, and they permit duplex and triplex construction on all residential lots. Before recent changes, duplexes and triplexes, small buildings that contain 2 or 3 housing units, were not allowed on more than half of the lots in the city. Since key elements of Minneapolis 2040 took effect, such structures can be built on lots that were previously restricted to single-family housing. So, I mean, dude, like, this, to me, would be an example of leftist, or maybe not leftist, but like progressive YIMBYism. Like all of these.
Yeah.
And
I agree with all these things, and these are all common things talked about.
yeah,
I agreed. I think
and none of it was really
people are
deregulation.
calling me a stupid fucking liberal for saying these things.
I mean,
You're
but
saying it's leftist.
none of these are
You
about
told me that one,
deregulation.
like, well, I support this. I don't care what you call it. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
This is deregulation. It removed a bunch of things, stopping stuff. Like removing a minimum parking requirement is deregulation.
Yeah, that's true. That's an example of deregulation. And I guess permitting duplexes and triplexes is an example of deregulation. They were not allowed on more than half of the lots in the city. Together, these policies have helped Minneapolis expand its housing supply. Okay, well, let's continue the Sam Seder thing. But
when you ask me, how do we get rid of CEQA? How do we do this? How do we do the same way Minneapolis did this? I want to have happen in the Bay Area.
right.
I don't have the specific
So,
political
like,
channel.
how did Minneapolis do this?
What
That's
I do,
the
like
next
for
question.
example, in the last election, I carefully looked up every local politician I was voting for,
Mm-hmm.
and I voted for the one that was going to, arguing at least that they wanted to reduce the regulations and red tape required to build more housing. Okay, what else can I do? Like I advocate for this.
Yeah.
I vote for it. That's the political position I have, and yeah,
I guess all I'm
not
saying
sure.
is this.
I think, but the thing is, it's a difficult conversation for me because I think you also, like, as you're reading this, you seem to agree with these policy prescriptions.
Well, listen, I never said I was like against certain deregulation, but my I guess this is my contention with you and Ezra Klein in this. You advocate for deregulating certain policies, right? And I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think
Just like these did.
I think it's more interesting to look at how these policies were changed than what specific policies were changed. I think that like that's interesting too, but when we're talking about politics and like actually trying to enact more housing being built, like I don't know, it's definitely worth looking at the mechanisms behind this. And I know you do that too, but I just feel like the focus is on the wrong thing.
I guess when it comes to how we do it, I have nothing more for you than I advocate for this and I vote for the people who support my viewpoint.
Right.
I don't know what else I can. You're right that I haven't like.
You just
figured
haven't
out
focused
exactly
on
what
it.
the political process to overturn CEQA. I will give you that. I don't have the answer to that.
And like when I talk about like a federal government program, like of course it's going to be nebulous. You can't get into specifics at all. Like when Trump ran on deporting 3.5 million illegal immigrants, that's nebulous, but he got in and he's doing that shit.
Sure. Look, if you want to have that position, that's fine. What I'm not okay with is when people say no to overturning CEQA, no to private development, until we have a federal housing program. That's when I say, okay, now you're just setting up an impossible bar that prevents anything from happening.
Yeah, okay, and I think we're in agreement on that because, like, as I said, I think even in my utopian system where there's a human right to housing in America, and even if you're homeless, jobless, or not homeless, but even if you're jobless, you have no income at all, you can have you can have a home that you'll always have a unit to live in. Even in that idealist utopian system, I'm still fine with private housing being developed and people like living in private housing, buying private housing. So like I don't think we're at a disagreement there. And I agree with you that yeah, federal housing program would take time, and that's probably not what is needed. And so when I say that like the Democrats should run on building housing, which you agree with, I do think that we're in agreement with the idea that regulations do need to be reduced. Like certain regulations do need to be reduced, and if there's a president that's like advocating for that, that probably would help politics. That would help like the local politics. But I think that there should also be an equal amount of pressure on building low income housing that is federally run. I think that's like our biggest disagreement, and I think that like we're just focusing on two different things without really disagreeing on the substance.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to federally built housing at all. I think it's much further away from happening than any of this type of stuff that Minneapolis did, which is why I focus on that.
I mean, the only reason that I say like federal housing is because already governments. I mean, I was just reading this NPR article, which I'll link you.
Chupacabra is like the one guy in this chat I can support.
Oh,
He actually is finally like he's connecting the dots. Some of these regulations probably make federal housing also prohibitive, and then he also advocates for this like immediacy thing. We need to help people now.
so like I was just looking at this, and
Yeah.
it's talking about how I mean it's talking about how fucked up like low income housing
Chupacabra,
is.
you're my guy. You're my guy. I love you. All right. Okay, sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, I just sent you an article, and like this is a story that I've been reporting on, and it's just an example of literally the government basically working and subsidizing low income housing, and it's complete shit low income housing. And it would be an example, like I think this would be a pretty clear example of why a federal government housing program is sorely needed in America. And I'm not saying the federal government should step in and build like $1 million housing in San Francisco. But I think that this is an example where it is needed, where like low income housing
That's false. Simply building more housing does ensure affordability. or it does increase affordability.
It increases affordability. It doesn't ensure it, but it definitely increases it.
Oh, if you keep building housing, eventually you will get to affordability.
Yeah, true. If you keep building it, but yeah, it does increase affordability.
Why don't they use the freedom? Okay, James, you explained this filtering effect for why building a luxury apartment building reduces rents for the lowest working class. Explain it for the chat, please.
Simply building more housing doesn't ensure affordability or reduce homelessness if driven by for-profit interests, risking commodification and speculation rather than secure affordable homes. Well, you're not really like, if you're building it in a place where people are going to buy it, then by definition that's alleviating some of, or it's like increasing supply to meet the demand. If you know that the demand is there, and then that's a pretty simple supply demand curve. I don't know. Am I missing anything? Like, obviously,
Yeah.
I don't think it
No,
will
what I would say
eliminate
what I would say
homelessness,
is that
but it has.
if you allow the first step is to allow private developers to build housing. Okay, to stop blocking developers from building housing. Once a lot of housing is built, and you find shit, there's still an affordability crisis. There's still some people without homes. There's still, whatever. It's still not serving the people's needs. That's when you have the government fill in the middle, either by subsidizing the demand, which is like paying for people's rents, or just building them housing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the logical order because, once again, the private developers building housing is the low-hanging fruit. That's asynchronous. I don't have to care where they get the money. I don't have to care how to organize them. They're finding all the lots to build on. They're figuring out how to do it all themselves. It's low commitment and low investment by the government. That's the nice thing about it. So what I'm saying is that nationalized housing, government-owned housing, even rent control, none of this is inconsistent with what I'm saying. It's not mutually exclusive at all. It's just that you first build a lot of housing, see where you land, and then make the adjustments accordingly.
Yeah, and I think that this gets into what Sam's talking about, though, because when we're talking about like the market, it's interesting, right? When we're talking about the market, there's a market force in that. I forget the name of the politician that you were listing, who's married to someone who owns a.
London Breed.
Who is it? London Breed?
London Breed, yeah.
London Breed. Like, that's an example of, obviously, the market, somewhat like a private developer influencing the government to stop other developers from having access. I mean, which I think is why Sam's talking about, like,
we talked about rent control yesterday. A lot of the chat's talking about rent control too, which I think we talked a lot about yesterday, so I don't want to rehash. But
yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about it online, so
I don't think that's a solution. I don't think it's a solution, at least until we build a lot of privately developed housing.
Well, this gets to the point of me advocating for like federal housing, because you shared her story of what's her name, Diamond?
Yeah, so Rebecca Diamond is an economist. She's one of the top urban economists in the world. An absolute genius, and by the way, not conservative. So she, like, I was in a seminar with her, and she's always making fun of like libertarian Hoover Institute guys, the very simplistic, like, you put a rent control, you get a supply shortage analysis, Econ 101 type stuff.
Let me just read the abstract here of her. So this is the effects of rent control expansion on tenants, landlords, and inequality, evidence from San Francisco. Using a 1994 law change, we exploit quasi-experimental variation in the assignment of rent control in San Francisco to study its impacts on tenants and landlords. Leveraging new data tracking individuals' migration, we find rent control limits renters' mobility by 20% and lowers displacement from San Francisco. Landlords treated by rent control reduce rental housing supplies by 15% by selling to owner-occupants and redeveloping buildings. Thus, while rent control prevents displacement of incumbent renters in the short run, the lost rental housing supply likely drove up market rents in the long run, ultimately undermining the goals of the law. So, and then you summarized it.
I will read you a paragraph that I think is really good, carrying on from there, that I think is important. The 15 percentage point reduction in rental supply, the one you mentioned in the abstract, a 15 percentage point reduction of the rental supply of small multifamily housing led to rent increase in the long run, consistent with standard economic theory. In this sense, rent control operated as a transfer between future renters of San Francisco, who would pay these higher rents due to lower supply, and to the renters currently living in San Francisco in 1994, those who benefited directly from lower rents. Furthermore, since many of the existing rental properties were converted to higher-end owner-occupied condominium housing and new construction rentals, the passage of rent control ultimately led to a housing stock which caters to higher-income individuals. Taking all these points together, it appears rent control has actually contributed to the gentrification of San Francisco, the exact opposite of the policy's intended goal. Indeed, by simultaneously bringing in higher income residents and preventing displacement of minorities, rent control has contributed to widening income inequality in the city.
Yeah. And like that makes sense, and it's really interesting, which again is why I think that there needs to be government housing that
It's not that rent control doesn't work. It will work, and if you're renting right now, it will help you. But the point is that all government policy picks and chooses winners. And all rent control does is picking the winner of the incumbents, the people who are already living in an area and are benefiting from rent control, versus the future renters, people who will eventually need to rent and do not have the insurance policy that the rent control that you enjoy provides.
Right, yeah.
And so really, in a different paper, it's very interesting because she models rent control actually as insurance. And so insurance, what do? You are saying, look, some people are going to enjoy a good deal because they're going to face less risk, but that's balanced out by the fact that some people face more risk. Rent control is just an insurance. It's an insurance that your rent won't go up. And so you are not going to have to move out of your apartment. The lesser risk that you face is having to be balanced out by a higher risk that someone else faces. And so they face higher and higher rents over time to balance out the fact that they can't increase your rent when they need to.
Right. Yeah, and
this is just picking and choosing winners. That's all it is.
But at the end of the day, like
I don't think rent control, if rent control were true welfare, if rent control were truly helping the working class, I would absolutely support it. I don't think it's a clean welfare policy the way many on the left theorize.
Well,
the only way out of the predicament is to build more housing.
Well, I think I think that like at the end of the day, this article is, or this paper that Rebecca Diamond put together is important in demonstrating that rent control isn't like the be all end all in solving the housing crisis. That being said, I still think, like as we've been talking about, it can be used as an effective tool in certain circumstances, and it can be used as like a band-aid to help people, like during the COVID pandemic, during like emergencies like that.
That's fine, but that's not. I mean, that's totally fine, but that's not at all what.
Right.
That's not at all what these shadows are talking about, or what like you guys are saying. Housing is unaffordable. Let's rent control it. That's not a real solution. That just makes it so you have a good apartment, while no one else in the future can rent a good apartment.
Like, it's not a real solution. It really is just a band-aid and a temporary one at that. But you're right. That's almost like addressing a symptom rather than the underlying cause.
If that's the path we take, build, guess what? I'm from the future, and that didn't help. Well, you're not from the future.
I mean, the issue is, like, when we're talking about affordability, I mean, listen, I don't know, when we're talking about, like, affordability and solving homelessness and increasing low-income housing, allowing people to build in San Francisco will reduce housing prices, but I don't know if it will address like people that can't afford like a $1,500 apartment or homeless people. I mean, I don't like. Have you read stuff on that?
You can already get apartments for $1,500 in San Francisco. If you were to build more housing, you could get rents in areas of the city to lower than that.
Okay, so like, I guess that would be
in San Francisco very recently.
Yeah, so I guess that would be
like the worst neighborhood of San Francisco was like a mess, but The point
Yeah.
is that if you were to build more housing, you could get apartments to lower than that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. It definitely like at the end of the day, it like whether it's private corporations building these things or the government building it, when we're talking about cities, like it doesn't really matter. There just needs to be housing that's built. And I do think that when we're talking I do think that the conversation changes when we're talking about lower income areas of the country. And then when you're talking about like you can upscale them, I think that's an interesting conversation to be had. But I do think that's a different conversation to be had.
Hmm.
Anyway, let's continue this Ezra Klein
Yeah,
for a little bit.
I'm getting sucked into this fucking ad again.
All right, let's go. Ready?
What?
3
Oh, I'm kind of all right. Do you want to keep watching?
for a little bit. Let's just let it play for a bit.
Okay, fine.
All right, I'm at 43:30.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna get back to you. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, play. I think just buffers. Matters because government can be held accountable and private corporations can't when you cut the fucking regulations.
But it
here's
can't because the proceduralism
Yeah,
takes
I
on
mean
a
that's
life of
true
its own.
too.
I mean, what regulations are you talking about?
I follow what you're saying, that in each case there are specifics that are different, and you cannot generalize. It sounds like what you're saying.
You can generalize some, but you have to take seriously the specific issues in each case.
I have no doubt
Your
that there
generality
are-
should emerge out of the granularity.
Okay, what are the generalities? Like, this is what I guess what I'm asking.
I am saying
is
the
that
default in America has become that building, particularly when the state is involved, has become too slow and expensive. We have created an architecture of policy that makes it too hard for us to achieve our goals in the real world,
Who's
and for that
we?
matter, in social insurance. Say it again.
Who's the we?
It depends. I had.
All right.
You're not going
Well,
to
I'm
like that. But
trying
look, here's a version of the.
Well, but I'm
right?
trying to address the point
Yes.
because, for instance, okay, so I'm not.
Let
I don't
me
want to
give you a better answer to who's the we.
Well, but why I think this is important though is because
I mean, this is
to
kind of
me
my
is the
issue
central question,
with Ezra Klein's
really,
book. He wants to say like we have done this, but then he's like, oh, but it's a different case in every scenario.
I don't like, but
Like it's different culprit in
Yeah,
every
I think
single
it
case.
is a different case in the scenarios he's talking about.
for instance,
Right.
tidal abundance.
But then he
People are
wants to have it both
very-
ways. He wants to be highly granular, but he also wants to have like a broad he wants this theory to have a broad application, but it doesn't.
Correct. I mean, like there is a lot
What
of
theory?
money behind.
I mean, his theory of just like
broad
abundance,
notion
that
of
whole
abundance.
idea.
And Derek, I think it was on
What's
the
the
Lex
idea?
Friedman podcast.
The idea is
said
that
something to the
we
effect of,
have hobbled
there
the
is a
government,
fight within
and we need to
Democratic
unhobble
I don't
it.
think that's the idea.
I don't think he
I
used
think
the
the
word
idea of
to the soul
abundance
of the
is
Democratic
basically
Party,
just
but
that
for
we should
where we're going as a
we should
political, as a
not
as
make
a-
it arbitrarily
as a political
difficult to
movement.
build things that are better.
And folks from the Nicholson Center have
Which is a
said,
very
like,
cold take,
we
you can
have
say.
identified the Democratic
But that's
Party as
how
the
I would most
best
summarize it.
place to
Yeah.
have this abundance agenda. And
And
so
in a more
as
technical term, I
political
would say it's
matter,
to focus on supply side
they're
policy.
not talking
Right.
you know, in that instance in the Nicholson, they're not saying like in
So,
San Francisco we need
focus
to
on
I agree.
building
It's a
more.
very
roll
cool
back
take.
this
Like I
specific
agree with
policy.
when you were
This is
saying it's not
attempting to
novel,
develop a
it's not
movement.
radical, this that.
And if this
I agree with all
I want
that.
to answer for myself.
I-
Yeah.
In this canon, right? So
I don't
Okay,
think there's
well,
anything
piece of-
inherently
you were on that Lex Friedman podcast.
wrong
and
about
that's-
it.
people should go listen to it.
Oh God, he was on Lex Friedman.
Podcast.
Not
But
loud.
Derek,
I
I
hate
believe
that.
I'd have to go back and look at what section you're quoting from. But Derek is responding to a lot.
I
of
am gonna have to
arguments
call
about
this
the
soon
book,
because I have to
which
piss.
was
I
not
drank my
actually-
entire bottle of water.
The way I wrote
Yeah,
those
I mean,
five parts of
I'm
the
down.
book, to me, are
I'll listen to
extremely
like 5 more
compatible
minutes.
with virtually and frankly necessary for all left goals. It's a book about affordable housing, decarbonization, state capacity. And my initial piece that leads to this book is in, I believe, 2021. And it is building off of the fact that the Biden administration is trying to do decarbonization through building a lot. And as I begin to follow that policy project, I begin to realize we're not going to get it done under these laws. So that's, I think, one very important thing. But I want to go back to what you asked a minute ago, which is who's we? In this book, we is Democrats. This book is very focused for a very particular reason that we can talk about, because not that the only problems in governance come from the left. They don't. My first book was all about largely about the right and polarization and asymmetric polarization. But I became
Bro,
very
by the way,
interested
you
in
should
thinking
listen to
about
Vosh
why
talking about
in
Ezra
the
Klein.
end
It's so
is
funny.
why is a state
I'm curious about
governed
what
by
he
all
has to
these
say. You
Democrats
should link me.
Okay.
doing so badly? Why is it unaffordable? Why is it building less clean energy than Texas? Why is it not building enough housing? And part of the motivation for doing this book is there are a lot of problems Republicans, I mean, we're living through them right now. There are a lot of problems Republicans impose on the political system. But there's a sort of rigor and confrontation that I think is demanded when you look at the states where the people who, broadly speaking, agree with you are in power, and it's not working the way you want it to. You're not getting the outcomes you want to get. And so one story this book is telling is about a collision of the New Deal left, which is very, very focused on growth and building, and in many ways is very reckless with that, right? You were talking about Worcester, Massachusetts, which sounds to me like it's a story from that era. But we could give, Robert Moses is a classic story of
No, he's
this.
a Zionist.
We can talk
I
about,
do not
we
support
really do
Zionism.
despoil like
That way.
environments and poison streams, and we
But it's something I also don't know what to
highways,
do. Like
marginalized communities, and all the
what
things
do I
that
do
we
about
know.
the fact that
And in
Ezra is
response
like
to that, again,
Zionist?
correctly,
I think that's like
a
a
new left
fucking
arises, Ralph
indefensible
Nader,
opinion to have,
Rachel
or political
Carson,
position to have.
the entire environmental movement. And it passes all
But I
kinds of bills that
agree
are
with
very,
his
very,
take
very
on like
effective and
health
consequential in their
politics, for
day
example. Like
to
that.
restrain government's
No.
ability to act recklessly and to do things without considering and creating space for consideration of their impacts. So you have things like the
What do you
National
learn
Environmental
any of
Policy
this?
Act
I
and
didn't
all
learn a
these,
lot of this.
bills and projects of that era. And then in this fucking maddening historical moment we're in, the problem becomes not that we're building too much, but we're building too little. And particularly building too little in the places where that new left was most powerful, California, New York, places like that. And so this is a confrontation with having created a very successful architecture to challenge, restrain, and sue the government that is now being used against liberal or leftist, for that matter, projects. If you would like the government to do public housing, say you think I'm a neo-shitlib, and you just want the government to do the public housing, great. I would like
There
to
you
see a
go.
lot
This
more
is
public
exactly
housing.
what I was saying.
The government cannot currently do public housing under the regulatory structure under which it operates. And yes, some of that is money, but it's also the fact that you can sue to stop all this stuff under the National Environmental Policy Act. It's also the fact that government, what I call everything bagel liberalism, loads huge amounts of standards and projects and goals into everything that public money touches. So in California, it costs about 2.2x per square foot to build housing as it does in Texas. Fine, market rate housing, 2x per square foot. If you are doing affordable housing subsidized by the government, it's more than 4x. So why are we making the government's housing for the poorest
James,
people
I think you
so
focused a
much
lot
harder, slower,
on
and more costly to build? And
nationalized
is that
housing.
in the
I'd love
long
you
run
for you
good
to
for our
answer this.
goals? I think it is important.
Well,
to
I mean, he
confront
gave the example of
why
subsidized
government is a
housing,
place for
and I'm pausing it right now. He gave
Wait,
the
this point, I don't know if you've gotten there yet. I might be ahead of you. This point about how much more expensive it is for the government to build.
yeah. Well, he literally gave that example in the book, and it's subsidized housing, and it's more expensive according to him because the government was trying to like work with small businesses, work with like
No.
minority-owned
What he's saying right now
businesses.
is that if the government tries to build housing itself,
No, he didn't say
it
that.
is
He
much,
said
much
it's
more expensive for
subsidized
the
housing.
government to build housing.
He didn't say the government building it itself. He said if the government subsidized lower income housing, then it costs 4 times as much to build as in Texas.
Okay, but this is true. Like maybe you can give me the answer then to the point about how much more expensive it is for California to build homeless shelters. This I gave you there.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah, I
why
would love
it's
for you to
more
engage this
expensive.
point because it's expensive for the government to build housing. Be more inefficient.
It's more inefficient. Well, I guess it's because of the regulations, right? Or if we're saying
Right.
it costs more to build
I don't know
in
if subject to
California
regulation.
than in Texas.
It's not because developers are also subject to regulation.
So, developers are also under regulation. In the example he gave, it costs more because the government is using.
Yeah, I'm giving you a different example then.
Okay.
What about the example of the homeless shelter thing I gave you? The 2
Yeah,
units
like
per
it
$1 million
costs.
in
It costs $2
California.
million. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I can speculate, but I do think that you lose a lot of money in translation if you are subsidizing. Um, if you
But
are
this isn't like,
subsidizing
this is the government building housing. You keep saying subsidizing. This is the government building housing.
building a homeless shelter,
Yeah, example. Yep.
why did it cost so much money to build a homeless shelter? So what? How much money did it cost? You were saying it's like
1 million for 2 units.
million homeless shelter. I mean, I don't know why it costs so much. But that doesn't that's not an argument to say that the government can't build housing, because there are examples of the government building housing too, with like military housing.
I think it is an argument. I think it's definitely an argument and an example of how much more expensive it is for the government to build, not to mention how much longer it takes. It's a long time for the government to build housing.
California City okays $1 million per unit homeless housing project after audit found state wasted billions on crisis. This is a Fox News article. I mean, let's see. What does it say? What does it say that it wasted the money on?
You pull up a housing article.
No, I know. That's the only article I can find on it. It says the design will cost even more. $200 million for 196 units.
I think this discussion is interesting too. If you want to, I don't think you have an answer.
Well, dude, does the government waste money? Yes, it does. Can you create processes that stop the waste of that money? Yeah. When we get down to it, this is the exact same argument that we're talking about, where in certain policies that the government does, it's wasteful.
To like build processes, things like you have no idea how to do. You're just saying.
I mean, how did it cost so much money to build? I don't know what they spent the money on.
The point is that it's an indication. You're not answering the point. It's an indication. Example, once again, the government taking extremely long time to build stuff, and it being very expensive for the government.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Developers have a comparative. I think the point I'm trying to make, which I think is really hard to argue against, that private developers have a comparative advantage in building housing more cheaply and more efficiently.
Yeah, I guess you can make that argument. I don't know if it's true or not. But yeah, you don't think
you have any argument against.
Well, why do they build things so much more cheaply than the government? Like, what would the reason be? And then why can't the government replicate those conditions that would allow them to build cheaply as well?
I think that there's an incentive, a profit incentive, to build things as efficiently and cheaply as possible. They have expertise. They've been doing it for a long time. They have the human and technical capital in order to do
it. Okay. So one example that Ezra Klein gave in his book is they built low-income housing in California, and it was something like they had to do it underneath a certain cost and in a certain time frame. If the government has,
I think the main point is that private developers have already built up the technical, human, and just experienced capital. The government is an organizational capital.
Yeah, that's true, and that's probably the best argument, right? The government would have to throw a lot of time and money in recruiting architects, recruiting engineers.
At least, yeah, I think for the short term.
I just don't buy the idea that it's a profit incentive that helps drive affordable housing.
But I don't know why you don't buy. What? That's not an argument. Why don't you?
Well, I don't buy that argument because I think there is evidence against that. I think that even in Ezra Klein's book, there was an incentive given where it was, this needs to be built cheap and it needs to be built quickly.
That's not evidence.
Well, it's an example of effective housing being built, and the motivation wasn't you need to make a profit off of it.
That's not evidence against the fact that profit incentive doesn't help. It's not evidence. It's not evidence for what you're
I guess I'm just trying to give you an example of a project that was
saying. I
built.
mean, but, like, once again, I agree that it can. I agree the government can do things. I agree the government can do things. I want a capable government. My
Mhm.
point is that relying on government efficiently, quickly, very quickly, build a lot more housing, I think it's probably gonna fail. That would probably
I mean,
at least relying on government exclusively to build a lot of housing efficiently and alleviate the housing crisis across cities across the country.
mhm.
That's probably like a failing threat. I think there should be at least the ability of private developers to also build.
Okay, fair. And like as I said before, building up building up a government program to build federally owned housing is going to take time to develop the program. It's also going to take time to actually build the housing. I've said before, like creating more housing that's privately developed is a good bridge towards having like that underlying support network of the government owning and controlling low income housing. Like I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just think that giving an example of government waste is not really an argument to say that the government shouldn't be able to do this.
That's not what I said. What I'm saying is that you're saying that the private developers should not be able to. Once again, I keep saying I'm the kitchen sink. I want the government to build housing. I want the private developers to build housing. I
Hmm.
want, if I could build housing, I would build housing. I want everyone to build housing. The only exclusion is coming from your side. That's kind of my issue.
The only exclusion is coming from my side. What am I excluding? I guess
I think
like
the left in
I'm not
general
excluding anything
seems
you're
to
talking about. I'm
not
just
want private development
focusing.
housing.
I think that it's a better way to campaign
I
and
don't care. It's not. I would say if you had to choose what to focus on, I would focus on private development because empirically they have a better track record producing cheap housing efficiently. I
yeah.
don't think this focus thing that you're talking about is very real. And I think in the real world, there's no real proposal or ability or will for the government to build housing. So in the
Yeah.
real world, I think most of what NIMBYism would focus on is private development.
That's true for now. I think you can manufacture a will for
But for
a
now, but I'm
political
talking about now. Yeah, I
policy,
am
but
talking about now.
yeah, I think that like will can be manufactured for that. But you have a
What's
question
caller's opinion on communism? Depends on what you mean. I think people like
based.
talk a lot about different visions of communism. I'm for state provided healthcare, state filling in the gaps for housing. I think all of healthcare should basically be unconditionally provided by the state. Everything that's like really basic human rights type stuff should
That's
be
that's kind of my opinion as well. Like
continually
basic.
provided by the private sector until the private sector fails, in which case the government should fill in the gaps. And
Yeah.
if necessary, nationalize, do whatever it
Sorry, dude. You're like really cutting out. I don't know if you're like close to your microphone or what, but
takes. Oh, I might be drifting away.
yeah. Okay. Ready to play this?
I think. Oh shit! I've been playing the whole time.
Oh, you have, dude. I gotta pause it.
I don't feel like, yeah. I've been playing the whole time, but I think let's avoid playing again just because it's getting late.
Okay.
The thing I would say is
Oh shit! It is late.
one thing free markets are very good at is figuring out the allocation of some goods asynchronously, which is a huge advantage that I think that um, a fully centralized state control system lacks. And that's why I always say, that's why I'm advocating for the case of housing, is let the private market figure out where it can build, how it can build, where it can provide the needs of the local residents and meet the demand. And then from there, wherever it's not profitable to provide someone housing, or because there's some other issue, whatever the issue is,
Mm-hmm.
that's where the state steps in and fills in the gaps. It's just much more efficient and cheaper and faster to do it this way. Because I mean, this is once again what I was talking about with the asynchronous thing. Private developers building housing across the country, that doesn't require any coordination. These are people with their own funding, with their own means and incentive to build housing.
Yeah.
And this coordination problem is massive. It's a massively difficult problem. The government has no idea how to do that yet. The government has no, once again, institutional capital, skills, any experience in this. Once we allow private developers to build where they want to, put downward pressure on rents, we can see where a new market equilibrium settles, and from there, we can subsidize when needed.
Yeah. Like at the end of the day, I guess my position is this. I don't think that there's
Jake Jones, I would really like you. Who is this guy? There's a Russian economist. He was working for the Soviet government during the height of communism. He was really trying to figure out this issue of asynchronous planning because he would go to the UK
mm-hmm.
and he would see grocery stores seemingly stocked with the perfect amount of bread. He actually writes about this. He's like, they seem to know somehow, magically, how much bread to produce. He says, I'm back here in Russia trying to figure out how much bread to produce every day, and I'm losing my mind. I can't do it. This guy literally invented a whole field of mathematics called linear programming in order to solve this problem of how much goods should I produce, and the concept of how much bread should I produce every day to meet the needs of people without producing too much bread that all goes to waste.
Right.
It's such a funny passage by this economist.
I'm looking this up.
He goes to a UK grocery store. He's like, somehow they're just magically figuring out how much bread to produce. How do they know how much bread to produce? Anyway, funny. It's funny. Anyway, no, I think central planning for most commodity goods would be almost impossible.
This is something else. Application of linear programming technique on bread production optimization.
Make this guy the current head of the Fed is a fucking lawyer, dude. I have more economics training than him. Anyway.
Okay. Wait. So
he's also a genius, by the way. He's also a great guy.
What's his name?
Castalenberg. The current head of the Fed.
Yeah.
Fucking Jay Powell.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Standing up to Trump right now as well. Really, really cool guy. Honestly, really cool guy. He was met with a lot of skepticism when he became the Fed chair, because he had, like I said, he had very little economics training. He has like some investment banking training though, which helps obviously.
Yeah.
But anyway, cool guy.
Trump wants him to cut the rates. Or he'll fire him.
But I think he's in favor of something called NGDP targeting, which is nominal GDP targeting, which I think is like what a lot of mainstream economists nowadays argue for. Kruger, I don't know how that applies here.
I mean, the issue is this, like, our government is beholden to moneyed interest, which I think is what Sam Seder's talking about. And when we're talking about the free market, like the free market encourages moneyed interest to influence the government. That's our system of politics right now. So I don't know. It feels like we're going to inevitably have to address moneyed interest in politics if we ever want to even build more housing. Because as it stands now, our system is encouraging free market interests to stop the development of new housing.
Tell me how did Minnesota didn't recreate its politics from the ground up without moneyed interest. Texas didn't do that either. How is Houston building so much housing? Have they solved the money and politics problem? I'll pose to you the same questions that Ezra posed Sam. Has Houston solved the money and politics problem? Is Texas less corrupt than California?
I don't think it's less corrupt. I think that it's just a matter of the moneyed interests are in the favor of building more housing in those areas.
No, there's once again, there's people on both sides in Texas. There's people on both sides in California.
I know,
The
I know.
difference
There's
between the
people on
two is
both
the
sides in
process.
both of those places, but there's a
No, there's
battle
moneyed
between the
interest in
two.
both sides,
I know,
James. There's
but
moneyed
I
interest
know,
in both
but
sides. You have no
in
theory
California,
of how things are working in Texas, but how things are not working in
in
California.
California,
You have
the
no
moneyed
coherent
interests
theory of
are
that.
winning that are on the side of not building housing. In Texas,
Why,
it's the
why?
opposite.
Okay, exactly. And why are the moneyed interests on the side of not building housing winning in California, but they're losing in Texas?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why.
Because of the process, because of the difference in process. California has a process in place that allows disruption of new development, while Texas does not.
And why does it have that?
Oh my God, you can just keep saying why.
Why it has
The
it?
point is that I need to get rid of it. The point is that we need to get rid of the process that allows some moneyed interest to win over another. Why does California have CEQA? That was a long time ago, man. CEQA was put in place a long time ago. I don't know all the history behind it, but it actually wasn't wealthy landowners and wealthy house owners pushing for CEQA.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so if you want to keep going on the why route, I don't think it supports it either, but it's besides the point.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I guess, like, if Texas had a CEQA law, would there be, I don't know. I guess this is besides, I guess you're right. This is kind of besides the point because, like, the CEQA law was put in place, or it's, yeah, I guess it was put in place because of, like, more environmental protection wishes, but it was kept
Historical
there and it
preservation,
was
etc., etc.
abused by moneyed interests. So I don't know. It's kind of like a meaningless argument that we're having right now.
I just think the why question, like, the why question is useful just to determine maybe why
Well, I think both are
homeowners in
useful. You're
California.
giving a target which can be used, at least in the short term, I think, it can be used to alleviate housing, like the housing crisis. You're targeting out a specific policy that in certain cities can alleviate housing crises. That's not nationwide. That's not like applicable nationwide. It's just not. But in some circumstances, it can be used to alleviate housing crises. And let's be honest, it would just be a slight alleviation because, more housing would be built, and that can have like a cascading effect to either prevent renting prices from increasing, maybe even lower some renting prices. But like one thing would be a slight alleviation in certain cities.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that
I just don't think
we
that's
can.
a thing you can run on, like as a
So wait,
president.
is your point you can't run on this? Yeah, maybe you can't run on this alone. It's the whole. It's maybe a series of things, but I think ultimately, like, just based on what the chat is and where you are, my position right now is more just about defending YIMBYism at this point because I don't think we're really at the base level of agreement there. It seems to me. I mean, I think you are pro NIMBYism at the very least, which is
Mm-hmm.
like, but maybe you just like want some other non-traditional ways of building housing as well, which I have no
Yeah,
issue with.
for
But I don't
sure.
think at least the chat is even on the YIMBY train yet. So it's hard for me to really go the second order of like why Democrats should be running on this when we don't even agree with the agenda.
I mean, I can't speak for chat, but like, and I guess I haven't really watched his conversation with Sam Seder, but it does seem like, I don't know. I'm actually interested to see more of what people are talking about or what the majority report is talking about, what other leftist critiques of Ezra Klein's abundance is. I think that'd be interesting to like do more research there, and like maybe, I don't know, we probably should both listen to some other opinions so that we can talk about it. But like as it is now, it's kind of like, as Sam Cedar is saying, I'm not against building houses. People are in favor of that. But he disagrees on some of the processes for why housing isn't being built. And he probably, I think he would say, I disagree on the focus of this. The focus maybe shouldn't be on regulations per se, but we need like a overhaul of the housing system. And to do that, you need to target money. Which it's like, it's two sides of the same coin. If you and I are both in agreement that more housing needs to be built, you're just saying, okay, well, let's focus on this one.
I don't think successful cities like Houston, like Austin, like Minneapolis tackled the money. Okay, whatever that means. You still haven't told me what that actually means, but I don't think they did that.
Yeah. I think that like overall though, when we're talking about different policies and why these policies are in play and why people can't afford things, like it is a relevant conversation to be had. And even though you're right that at the end of the day, when you get down to it, you do need to talk about like the specific policies that allow housing to be built.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I think we're agreeing there.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm making the mistake of reading the chat. Actually, it's not that bad right now.
It's not that bad, dude. Anyway,
No, not that bad right now.
build me a
It was for a
backyard
while.
collar.
It was for a while, just like we shouldn't build fucking food banks. And I'm just like,
That was good. I don't know, but it is interesting. Like, because once again, I do think that when we're in a system of the government being corrupt, basically, like getting corrupted by moneyed interests, and no matter what, the government is run by people with money. Like it's not a populist, or it's run by people representing people with money. And so I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. Like, as we say, California, you can like highlight ways in which people with money are preventing the developments of new housing. You yourself have done that by talking about how like London Breed, as her husband owns a development.
Hey Jones, you said
company.
we don't need food banks. Like when you say we don't need food banks, we just need food to be affordable. That's in opposition to food banks.
Well, he said we didn't need to. We should. He never said we shouldn't build
and
food
that's
banks.
in all practical terms in opposition to food banks.
Okay. Anyway, I feel like we're like going over this. We're kind of like going in circles at this point, but I might call it. We've been going at this for like 3.5 hours. Holy shit! I have to go to bed.
We should be able to, but that's not mutually exclusive with building food banks. And when you say we don't need food banks, we should just be able to afford food, that's functionally in opposition to food banks.
Savek. This is
Like,
someone
what
texting on the
what are these
internet.
people talking about? What is?
This is someone texting on the internet,
Some
dude.
people can't afford food. They should be able to go to food banks.
Savek, this is you're doing the equivalent. You're one step above having a YouTube comment section argument.
Oh, I mean, I fully am having a YouTube comment section.
No, this was one level elevated above that.
Like, but I'm right. Like, if there's a proposal to build a food bank, and your response is, we actually don't need food banks. We just should just have food be affordable. And you're opposing the proposal to build food banks. If your response to that proposal is, we don't need food banks, we should just have food be affordable, then you don't want the food bank to be built. You want something else to happen that'll make food affordable, which is not mutually exclusive with building food banks at all.
By the way, I think it's interesting what you're talking about with like the asymmetric allocation.
We already have food banks. Building a food bank to serve
Open
the community
secrets,
in that
Minnesota
area.
lobbying profile.
Stop telling me when I'm saying you fucking twerp. Dude, this guy's retarded. This guy's genuinely fucking retarded, man. Like, I just think this is this what online leftism is? Like, no, instead of building a food bank, we should theorize about why food isn't affordable.
All right, well,
to
dude,
homeless
holy
people.
shit. Okay,
Like,
listen.
what are you
If you want to talk about,
Agree with us more.
Samyak,
Places where they don't.
if you want to talk about what online leftism is, let's look at this, okay? Here, I'm gonna link you a video,
Okay,
and then we'll watch this for, I don't know, 10
Oh my
minutes.
god, I'm kind of tired of that. And
Come on. You brought it up, dude.
But-
Let's talk about this shit. Like,
I just got on. I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering. You're the one who fucking sucked me into this 3-hour long conversation.
dude,
It's 48 minutes. Yeah, I'm not doing it.
let's
man.
watch
Sorry.
10
Tomorrow-
minutes of
tomorrow-
it. 10 minutes. Come on.
No, dude. Tomorrow I'm down. Tomorrow I'm down. I'm down to continue.
All right. Okay,
now,
fine. I'm gonna watch 10 minutes
now.
of this now, just because I'm in the mood. I'm like fucking horny for politics now.
This is why nobody likes you. This is why This is why nobody likes you, man. You're.
All right, dude.
Opposition to what you make.
Listen, you head off.
Uh,
I'm gonna watch this, and then maybe we
I'll
can
put
have
you
like a
over.
follow-up
No,
conversation
no.
tomorrow. Okay?
You want me to watch this tomorrow? I'll watch it during the day tomorrow and talk about it. if
All
that's
right.
what you
Sure.
want. That's
Sounds
fine.
good. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Maybe actually. Make R word embarrassing to say again. Yeah.
All right. I'm hanging. hanging
Dude, I
you
don't know,
up.
man.
Oh my god. Okay, that got off. I knew that this was gonna be a contentious conversation. Yeah, make our word embarrassing to say again. Okay, let's watch this. So his contention is, what does the online left have an issue with Ezra Klein's abundance? And I've listed my issue with it. Like, he talks about the government is the cause of these issues. That's what Ezra Klein is saying. Ezra Klein is saying the left, he has literally a line in the introduction of the book where the left has hobbled the government. That's what he's saying. When we're talking about government not building things due to moneyed interests, like as the example Samek brought up, where it was the London Breed, her husband owned a so she served as the mayor of San Francisco, and her husband owned a development firm. Early life and dedication. Who did she marry? San Francisco Board of Supervisors, public safety, homelessness, environmental protection, basic income, personal life. So she, before becoming mayor, her apartment was rent controlled. Listing single celebrities, she's naming, I don't know. I guess it doesn't say who she's married to, but maybe that's, I don't know. Well, the example was that, like, this is an example of moneyed interests preventing construction due to they would lose money if that construction was made. So when Ezra Klein says the left hobbled the government, Sam Seder would say, you're saying the left hobbled the government. I would say that it's moneyed interests that prevented new buildings from being made because that would make them lose money. That's the argument from the left. I think that's a very simple argument. Ezra Klein is saying it's the procedures that are the issue. Sam Seder is saying it's not the procedures, it's not the government. The procedures don't exist in a vacuum. The procedures are being used by moneyed interest to prevent new things from happening. It's not the procedures themselves that are preventing it. If no one activated the procedures, if no one pulled on those levers, then the government or then corporations would still be able to be built. But like, these moneyed interests created those levers for themselves, and then they're pulling them. I think that's my argument. And so, like, when we're talking about, oh, Houston is being developed, like, I don't know. I don't have a good reason why housing in Houston isn't beating developers. Could it be that there's not those mechanisms, and so they have no recourse? I don't think so, because if there was like a powerful homeowners like association and they were trying to prevent new development so that their property values wouldn't fall, I think they would lobby the government and they would get these procedures. They would create these levers for themselves to prevent new housing from being built. So is Houston, is Austin an example of where developers are able to lobby the government and developers are able to win? I think that could be the case. Like, once again, it's an example of moneyed interest. It's not an example of the government freeing itself of regulations. It's an example of like the government working with private developers, and then those private developers getting people to represent their interests into the government. Let's take a look at Majority Report now.
Go to the phones. Calling from a 406 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Dakota. I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, sir. You guys mentioned Bozeman, Montana. I was actually a contractor when I lived there, so I have a little bit of insight into the housing market in that town.
Well, can you
just
tell
to-
me,
just to kind of poke
before
holes.
you give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me the mayor of that town, Democrat or Republican?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been gone for almost 3 years now, or just over 2 years, so I can't. But Bozeman is a blue dot in a red state.
Okay. And what was the, it must have been very expensive because of all the environmental regulations.
Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that in that part of the country, there's not a lot of environmental regulations. And yeah, I know. And there's plenty of space, and in fact, there's a lot being built. And I actually got priced out of the
I'm
housing
sorry,
market.
where
so
is
that's
this
why I left.
person from? I have too many
So,
tabs open on my
yeah,
computer. This person is from, he's from a county in Georgia.
Give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me, go to the phones, calling from a 406 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Dakota. I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, sir. You guys mentioned Bozeman, Montana. I was actually a contractor when I lived there, so I have a little bit of
Oh, Bozeman, Montana. Okay.
insight into the housing market in that town.
Well, can you
just
tell
to-
me,
just to kind of poke
before
holes.
you give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me the mayor of that town, Democrat or Republican?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been gone for almost 3 years now, or just over 2 years, so I can't. But Bozeman is a blue dot in a red state.
Okay. And what was the, it must have been very expensive because of all the environmental regulations.
Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that in that part of the country, there's not a lot of environmental regulations. And yeah, I know. And there's plenty of space, and in fact, there's a lot being built. And I actually got priced out of the housing market, so that's why I left. So
There
yeah,
you
and
go.
it's
It's almost like
that's pretty
supply
disappointing.
and demand doesn't fix everything.
It's a red versus blue issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously they need more
Yeah,
supply, but the idea that it's necessarily the cost of building is a function of or can be diminished by getting rid of protections of regulations for people isn't necessarily the enough of a panacea to build an entire movement on.
Yeah, no.
I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. It's not enough to build an entire movement on when you're nitpicking through regulations that are being built. And Ezra Klein wants to have it both ways. He wants to say that we can focus on the granular issues of certain regulations within like certain municipalities, but we can also extrapolate that and turn it into an entire political movement. And it's like, what is the political movement? Just advocating for deregulation, or like being like we should build more housing? That's what he's saying. Like, he wants to be able to say we need to build more housing, and then the way to do that is to get into like the nitty gritty and get rid of regulations, of like certain regulations. I just don't think like that's an effective message. I don't think that's an effective political movement.
For sure, and Ezra seemed to be dodging the point, and I've seen it firsthand where it's kind of
Hey, how's it going,
that
HK?
runs the show up there. Big money interests that come in and buy up all the land, so people that have lived there their whole life can't afford to buy a home.
Big money, you say? Interesting. I find that hard to
Yeah.
believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I appreciate the call.
Yep, that's the best.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I know so many people that there's like jobs in Montana working in the recreation stuff, like ski slopes and lodges and that sort of stuff. Often you have to live in like housing your boss provides.
On the resorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is largely, it seems to me, a story of wealth inequality. And, I think
All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at what this article says. This is the Bozeman Daily Chronicle. Gotta support your local news. Not that simple. Complex housing market focus of Bozeman economic update. The phrase "there is no silver bullet" was said multiple times during an annual market report event in Bozeman on Thursday. Unsurprisingly, the focus of the presentation from the Urban Land Institute in Economic and Planning Systems at the Baxter Hotel was largely on housing, its impact on the economy, and potential solutions for the crisis facing Bozeman and other similar towns across the country. In Gallatin County, not enough affordable homes close enough to jobs exist, said Brian Duffany with Economic and Planning Systems. Duffany said data shows that about 1 in 4 new jobs added in Montana between 2018 and 2024 were in Gallatin County. Since 2019, about 13,000 jobs have been added in Gallatin County, with the highest growth in the hotel and restaurant industry, as well as healthcare, construction, transportation, and retail. The growth seems to be slowing, Duffany said, noting that might not be a bad thing. In the meantime, the region's out-of-whack housing market means many people are commuting long distances. Looking at it by area in Gallatin County, there's not a lot that is affordable close to where jobs are, so you've got to go to Three Forks to find a median price under $400,000. It's just becoming increasingly unaffordable. When we think about these incomes in terms of jobs that are being created, there's a big mismatch. In Bozeman, buyers need to earn 235% of area median income, or more than $200,000 to afford the median home. In Three Forks, buyers need 130% of area median income, or about $118,000. Data on the rental market is a bit hazier, but Bozeman has a vacancy rate of about 10 to 12% right now, which is fairly high. But Duffany said despite that, rents remain high. That is really high, 12%. And in California, the vacancy rate was like less than 3%. What do we do about it? Obviously try to build more housing, but it's not that simple. So like this is literally an example of enough housing and still the prices aren't coming down. Many solutions in other states, such as requiring a certain number of homes in a new development be priced affordably or higher taxes for second homes, are illegal in Montana. So this is interesting. This is literally an example of regulation being illegal in Montana, and that's causing your renting prices to increase. Rosie Hepner with the Urban Land Institute Terwilliger Center for Housing said, while she knows zoning reform is hard to accomplish, she considers it one of the easiest solutions. If you think about this arbitrary governmental regulation that doesn't really need to exist and you can kind of just erase it, there are so many ways to encourage density through zoning changes. Acknowledging that density can sometimes be a scary word, Hepner shared examples of successful housing projects across the country, including large apartment buildings and smaller scale developments. She noted a lot had to compile many tools to finish. When you're trying to create more permanent affordability to get deeper affordability for lower wage earners, lower household incomes, you need to get more tools. The consequences of letting the housing market out of hand can be widespread. Get out of hand, Hepner said, citing examples from other towns with high levels of tourism, such as Park City, Utah, where the mountain has closed early so Lyft operators can start long commutes home. Hepner shared a slide showing median incomes for some essential jobs most affected by housing costs, including nurses, childcare workers, teachers, and service employees. This becomes an economic issue when you don't have enough housing. It should be a moral issue too, but it can really affect the economy as well. So I think that this is just a good example of, once again, you need regulation so that you can ban housing that's too expensive. What did they say? They said that requiring a certain number of homes in a new development be priced affordably or higher taxes for second homes. So basically just like reducing the amount of inequality, basically making things more affordable. Those things are banned. So you do need some regulations, but then you also need to encourage more building. So obviously it's like a nuanced mix of positions. You need to regulate businesses and people from like owning too many homes, and you need to encourage them to be more affordable. Like requiring a certain number of homes in a new development be priced affordably is illegal in Montana, which is pretty crazy. But then you also need to change regulations so that you can allow more businesses to increase. Like, this is a perfect example of moneyed interest in both areas. Like, there are moneyed interests in the cities of Bozeman, where it's like we want zoning laws to happen so that no affordable housing is created, but then there's also moneyed interests that are preventing more affordable housing from being created on the supply side, saying that we don't want to build affordable homes. We want to, like, be able to build homes for rich people so that they can own 2-3 homes. You need to do both. So yeah, like, it's not just an example of deregulation. You need regulation, and then you also need deregulation, and both of these issues are due to moneyed interests. Like, the idea that you can't build new homes in cities, that's a moneyed interest on the side of the homeowners, and the idea that it's illegal to force developers to build low-income housing, that's a moneyed interest on the side of the developers. So, like, the idea of, oh, well, some places are building housing, so that's not an example of moneyed interests. Well, is it affordable housing? Because if it's not, that's an example of moneyed interest preventing affordable housing from being done. And even if you're building a lot more housing, and it's wealthy and that has a cascading effect, that's still not going to be enough when we're talking about band-aid solutions to, like, fix the issues that we have now. So when we're talking about band-aid solutions, you do need the government to pass laws that require people to build affordable housing whenever they build housing, because otherwise it's just not going to be done, because it's not profitable. We want to make the houses we live in now affordable. Exactly. And I don't know, I just find the idea that if housing's being built in one place, then they've somehow beaten the moneyed interest to be so stupid. Honestly, just stupid. Our government is run through with moneyed interests controlling it. Housing's being built in Houston, not being built in California. They're both due to moneyed interests, okay? Like, that's the end of the matter. There are tons of apartment complexes being built here, but they are not affordable when the starting rent is $3,600. Exactly. Like, you can build more housing, but it's not going to be affordable for a lot of people. And because it's not profitable to build affordable housing, and that's where the government steps in with subsidizing lower income housing units by enacting rent control. And at the end of the day, it's not enough to just subsidize and to just do rent control, because that leads to a cascade of other problems. When you're trying to enact a ghost of a socialist policy on a market system, that doesn't work. You can't have a profit incentive and impose like a socialist tendency when the system is to make a profit, because it's incongruent with that. And that's why I'm advocating for, like, we're talking about building a ban, like, we're talking about solving the homelessness crisis, solving the affordability crisis. That requires government to step in, whether it steps in on enacting rent control and having that be a band-aid, whether it steps in on demanding a certain level of low-income housing being built with every new development and that being a band-aid, whether it steps in with subsidizing low-income housing being built and that being a band-aid. All of that's fine, but why not just bite the bullet and actually fucking, like, build government-owned homes? The government's already heavily involved in the regulation of homes. Why doesn't it just, like, fucking build the homes and own the homes? Even if it contracts it out to private contractors, have it be government owned, have it be community owned. Why do we need a landlord to step in and be a middleman between the government and their tenants? Why do we need a middleman being like, I'm making money off of the government and the tenants, when the government's fucking, like, paying for the upkeep of these low income housings? Because the landlords, like, aren't going to fucking fix it because it's not affordable. It's not profitable enough for them.
Largely. And there's no doubt, I'm sure, that there are regulations that make it difficult for people to build, and those are no doubt weaponized by people with lawyers and have the money to weaponize them But getting rid of them is not going to, all you're doing is taking a tool off the table, not the will to stop those things if they
Right.
want to.
Bro, this is exactly what I was saying. It's literally just a tool. It's a tool being used to like represent your moneyed interest. And the absence of the tool doesn't represent an absence of the will of it being done. Like, I don't know. Maybe you can, if you get rid of like CEQA, if you get rid of CEQA challenges, maybe that could help like a few developments to go through, but it's going to be challenged. Eventually, people are going to figure out a different way to start challenging these new developments, and you're going to be back where you started. Like, the will is still going to be there. That's what I don't understand. We can get rid of some of these regulations, but if the reason these regulations are burdensome is because people are abusing them, like that example of the food bank being built on a historical parking lot, if the reasons that the regulations are being burdensome is because of the will of a group of people that have a financial stake in these developments not happening, then you haven't effectively changed anything. There's still going to be that will to stop developments from being built. This is what I don't like. This is why when I say you should focus on the source of, like you should focus on the why of these fucking regulations rather than just the regulations themselves. And I get pushback on that. I don't really understand the pushback. It's like you should always understand the reasonings behind why these things are working the way they are.
Right. And if it involves like local legislation or whatnot, like there is no, I think there is no sort of broad-based movement that can be built around pinpointing which
Grace, what are you
regulations
doing in New
inhibiting
Zealand?
things. And, we've got a bunch of emails regarding my talk with Ezra. And I mean, clearly he's done some reporting on this.
What if you earn too much to qualify for affordable housing, but not enough to afford regular housing? Then what? I mean, that's kind of a funny situation. But yeah, I mean, my argument would be like, there is no means tested affordable housing. You can live in the housing even if you're a millionaire. Like, it should be an option for everyone. Like that's what I would say. Like, why means test this shit? If people can afford to live in a nicer place, then why don't they live in the nicer place? And if no one wants to live in the nicer place because they're like, I'm happy living in this cheaper place, then the nicer place costs are going to come down because then they're not going to have people moving in there. Yeah, Grace, why don't you tell me what's going on in New Zealand, what you're talking about? I don't want to pay for some loser's house with my taxes. Yeah, true, when they're already paying for it, but...
The real issue I had with his book was less about the specifics of what was inhibiting the high-speed rail in California or the building costs in San Francisco, but rather as a movement, as they refer to it, or as Derek Thompson said, an agenda, but also one that they see as being an internecine fight amongst Democrats, as if one is to come out ahead rather than this being sort of like a small bore set of fixes, and also as something that you can run as a political agenda. I mean, people are putting hundreds of millions of dollars behind supposedly the abundance agenda, and outside of some narrow housing fixes in blue states, it's unclear to me what it is exactly that what exactly is this political message. But people send emails. And we got emails from people who worked on the high-speed train debacle in California. And the original sin, someone pointed me to this, where is it?
Wasn't moneyed interest behind killing that?
Well, certainly, but the big original sin was the idea of how ambitious it was. Yeah. It instead of going between just LA and San Francisco, it had to stop through close to a half a dozen other small cities. And apparently, the first company that was brought in that did the high-speed rail in France said you can't do it this way. And now, it's possible that environmental groups somehow said you've got to go through these secondary cities when you build this train. It's possible that low-income equity people said you got to go through these, or it's more likely that moneyed interest in these cities said you got to. The only way that we're going to sign off on this and give the political power for this to get built is if you go through these other cities, and that became almost impossible to do. You cannot get from here to there in 6 hours if you are stopping in these different places because of the physical limitations on the train. And you have to make that choice that we're going to go around these cities, and this is going to be this, and then maybe we will backfill this stuff. But the problem is because we have so little infrastructure like this in this country, that a project like this ends up getting larded up and becomes top heavy in terms of what its agenda is. And in downstream from that is maybe as you are trying to hit these multiple cities, you run into more regulations and more veto points, as it were. But the original point was the original sin was how ambitious of to have multiple stops on this rather than make it high speed from one location to another. And
right. And it's also, I think, look, I don't know the specifics of that case, but I think there's also just a difference in terms of what we even think the problem is. Like, I think the left-wing viewpoint is that housing is overly commodified, which empowers gouging, which is what we're seeing now. Rent has never been higher. Yeah, there is a supply side problem too, but
that is contributed to by the people who own that, because they're not wanting to see a whole bunch of affordable public housing come up because it hurts their ability to gouge more, like you said.
In cities, there should be a vacancy tax. Yeah.
The question is ultimately becomes for them is like, what inhibits on the supply side? What inhibits the government from doing it? And the story that Ezra has is that it is overly cumbersome regulation, that either environmental regulation or things like on the government side, you have to use union workers, or you have to have equity. Now, they compare, and people also sent me this stuff. They compare San Francisco to Houston. Apparently, a lot of buildings back before Hurricane Harvey in houses in Houston were found to be built on floodplains. Now they have tightened up those regulations since then, although those houses are still there. They don't know whether are they in a 100-year flood zone or a 500-year flood zone. Apparently they're still figuring that out. But this, I would imagine in each situation, there are different things that contributed to whether it's, hurting housing in San Francisco. But if you go upstream from that, you realize there's a structural problem that inhibits the supply side government from providing these things. I mean, not just to mention the Faircloth Amendment.
Yeah.
I mean, so to ignore that, I mean, I suppose it can be fine on a micro level, but the macro message, which ostensibly it supposedly was presented, nobody's putting $120 million plus at this stage behind local movements in San Francisco, in New York, to roll back legislation. They're putting it behind a broader movement and a messaging campaign that they want the Democrats to win on. And I don't think you can win that way as a political matter. And if you can't win that way as a political matter, then you end up with Donald Trump or the Republicans, who also are even far worse than the environmentalists and the.
I mean, it's honestly so ridiculous. Like, what the fuck is the message going to be? Is the message going to be, yes, down with some regulations, and that's what you're gonna fucking run on? Like, we're not even talking about the fucking president doing anything. We're talking about like local city governance, like local people sitting on their city council, changing zoning laws, or changing like certain environmental regulations, like getting rid of CEQA. That's what we're talking about. How is that a message that a national party, the Democratic Party on a national scale, should run with? And I think that's another criticism that these guys have, that like the left, I have this too. It's not a winning message. You can run on a message of, we're going to build more, but then when you're asked about it, what are you going to say? Are you going to say, I'm going to encourage people on the San Francisco City Council to get rid of get rid of zoning. Like, I don't fucking, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, once again, I think it's an easier message to run on to be like, we're going to build more, and I'm going to build more. If I get the presidency, every single person here can live in an affordable unit housing that I'm going to build for you. I think that's a much more effective message than being like, we're going to build more by by encouraging city council people to get rid of some legislation which would free up policies, or which would free up private developers to create non-low income housing, but then that's going to have a cascade effect on you. Like, that could work, but I think it's a much more clear, concise, effective, and at the end of the day, better message to just say the government's going to build housing. If you want to live in a house, you can fucking live in a house because I'm going to build it. I don't know. I don't think it focuses on the right thing. And like, it focuses on proceduralism as being the enemy when that's not a good point at all. There should always be proceduralism. There should always be regulations where you can't build on a floodplain. There should always be regulations where you can't fucking like have only one exit in the house. There needs to be like fire regulations, safety regulations, environmental regulations on things. So you can't just say we're gonna like deregulate because you're in favor of the regulations. It's not the proceduralism that's the bad thing here. Proceduralism is good. Like, we're seeing the effects of getting rid of proceduralism in this presidency that we're experiencing right now, with Donald Trump getting rid of all kinds of government programs, completely ignoring all laws that are set in place to have the will of Congress enacted, to have the actual will of agencies be enacted. We're seeing all of this getting completely destroyed. So you can't just say it's like, I guess these are the criticisms. It's not proceduralism that's the enemy. It's not like, he doesn't focus on moneyed interests at all. He focuses on proceduralism. And then the second thing is, this isn't a national party's platform. This isn't the way forward for the Democratic Party. This simply is not the way forward for the Democratic Party. So that's it. Jake Jones says, 1. Tax vacant units. 2. Add impact fees, luxury surtaxes, permit restrictions to disincentivize new developments. Permit restrictions to disincentivize new developments. 3. Costs of vacant units go down to incentivize the development of new properties. Yeah, like, all of those are fine. And there's good regulations that you can pass. There's good deregulation that you can target. There's government programs that you can do. The issue is, the topic of the housing conversation is broad. There's no one thing that can be done to fix this issue that the entire country is experiencing. And to act like it's just the proceduralism that's the issue is, it's just a dumb way of looking at it, in my opinion.
People are for,
and I am not convinced. I am not convinced that an emphasis on supply like this, which if it's being well funded, I trust what you're saying on that front. I mean, of course, developers are going to love this kind of thing when you make housing into a purely supply side problem and you say regulations are the issue, so you can continue, so you can build more. Some of that is part of the problem, but zoning reform and things like that, like Zoran Mamdani's campaign includes that in his overall housing vision, but he also has a rent freeze. And the tenant protections, the decommodification that is essential to actually systemically change housing forever, so it's not just a method of speculation and passive income for a lot of people, that seems to be absent. And when you pair from the overarching analysis, or at the very least de-emphasized, and then when you pair it in with the money that's behind it and the marketing push, it's only natural to be skeptical, because we've seen this story time and time again. And like, that doesn't mean that I think like Ezra's what he had to say was offensive or anything like that. I just think it's really the wrong emphasis and the wrong time to be making this kind of case.
This is from Benjamin Schneider, who's got a Substack.
and tells this story. 2008 high-speed rail plan approved by California voters required the train to travel from San Francisco to LA in no more than 2 hours and 40 minutes. The project, however, promised to serve the downtown of every major, not so major city in between, including Merced, Madera, Fresno, Bakersfield, San Joaquin Valley, high desert city of Palmdale. Those travel time promises combined with that route map meant that the California high-speed rail would have to reach speeds of 220 miles per hour. In 2008, only a couple trains in the world reached that speed. And it's still the fastest that any high-speed trains currently travel. And then you have California's mountainous, earthquake-prone topography. You've set yourself up for one of the most difficult engineering projects ever attempted. And this is in a country that was not used to building it. Now, I will also say, in 2008, the governor of California was a Republican. And then once California would not deviate from its initial route map, SNCF, French National Railroad firm, said, all right, well, we're out of here. This is going to be impossible. There are other ways to approach this, but it was clearly a function of like the incumbent interests in California. And those incumbent interests, broadly speaking, are, be they Democrat or Republican, very often highly influenced by big moneyed power. Now, I imagine there's some power that the environmentalists have as well, but I just don't think it competes.
Well, I mean, you don't think it competes? That's that's why we're like moving so far forward with climate legislation. I mean, let's be real here. We know that like even solar, wind, etc. Since once you set up a solar panel or when you set up a wind farm, you can't. It's not like oil and gallons. It's not this like fixed. I'm not looking for the right. I can't find the right word right now. But it's not this like commodity that you have to constantly get more of. Once you set up the infrastructure, there's less profit that you can make from it. That's part of the problem. That's part of the reason that we haven't greened our economy is because of that profit incentive. And the one thing I didn't love that he did throughout the interview that I thought was disingenuous was the conflation of degrowthers with left-wing visions for environmentalism and for a more sustainable economy. It felt to me like another way to do neoliberalism, or like old tricks by the Democrats, where he also brought up, he'd say the degrowthers are sounding like Donald Trump. That's what he said at one point with the 2 dolls and the 5 pencils. Like you have to make a sacrifice. He was trying to imply that this was like a horseshoe theory thing, and the center where he's at is the more reasonable approach. And I found that strawmanning of the left-wing arguments about housing and environmentalism to be a bit telling, because it's difficult for him to attack, or the abundance people to attack the reality, which is what I just said. Like a left-wing campaign right now in New York City also incorporates zoning reform, which is what they say they're in favor of. But all the other stuff, they're either de-emphasizing it or saying it's not the primary problem.
Well, also, they attacked Sunrise Movement for something about some moratorium on solar, when the Sunrise Movement was also very publicly calling for Joe Biden to declare a climate emergency so they could get through some of that red tape.
Right. Somebody sent me that article, too. That was a student Sunrise group.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, leftists aren't concerned about proceduralism. And the issue with Ezra Klein is he conflates the left with liberal Democrats. Liberals are entirely concerned with proceduralism. Joe Biden tried like 3 times to eliminate student debt. And he just wasn't, he kept running up against the Supreme Court. I mean, look at what Donald Trump wants to do. He doesn't give a fuck whether it's illegal or not. He brazenly violates laws left and right. And he's actually effective in getting his agenda done. Like, that shows that you can kind of, like, if you want your agenda to be done enough, you can find a way to do it. I said that Joe Biden's presidency consisted of a series of Joe Biden finding procedures to stop him from doing things, whereas Trump's presidency is just example after example of Donald Trump wanting to do something and ignoring any kind of proceduralism to stopping him from doing it. So at the end of the day, it's not proceduralism, because we've seen proceduralism be completely cast aside. So the idea that proceduralism is stopping this from happening is kind of silly. It's like a will, and the Democrats don't have a will to reduce housing, right? We're just talking about a will. And so when Ezra Klein says we need a will to build more housing and reduce the cost of housing, that's completely fine. But then he focuses on proceduralism, and it's like you're kind of missing the point. The point is you need to actually get people behind your idea, get Like, get a party that is wholly behind building more housing and making it affordable. Holy shit. Guys, I'm gonna call it there. I've been going for over 4 hours now. I'm gonna listen to this more tomorrow and then probably like talk about it a little bit more. But housing is definitely interesting. I definitely think that it is something the Democrats can run on. I think that when we talk about abundance, we shouldn't be confining ourselves to targeting proceduralism. That's what I'm going to say. When we talk about abundance, we should be thinking big and not thinking about one regulation that's stopping people from building more. Like, don't confine yourself to proceduralism when you're like, I want an abundance of everything. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, guys, thanks for checking it out. We didn't really do anything else. I guess let's just do a real quick update. Ethan Klein completely crashing out on Instagram. So Anissa Joma from says, it is so important to stay educated and aware. It's so easy to fall down anti-Semitic pitfalls during such a scary and violent time. Don't leave your Jewish friends behind. We suffer together. And he posts a picture of fucking Ian holding the bleach sword. And then he says, is this before or after you accuse your Jewish friend of hallucinating anti-Semitism? Just so funny. Completely just like left reality. Post that again. And then like he posts this, oh, you flicked your husband or whatever, flicked me off in a video. You're a piece of shit. Then there's this too. I love how Ethan constantly says that people always say my wife controls me, and that's a misogynistic and anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And then he does this exact same thing. So Ethan is memeing on Anissa. He's posting a picture of himself, and he's like, oh, it's so crazy to be attracted to me. Then Yeet says this. Ethan was up late memeing on Anissa. Then Anissa says, Ethan's actually starting to really creep me out at this point, which is fair. Then Ethan, like, this is what conversations have become. This is a conversation that we're seeing now. It's just, you zoom out. It's like one of those fractal pictures where you can zoom in and you forever zoom in. So then Ethan says, oh yeah, I forgot my favorite. Drugs? She never said drugs. But I guess he quotes it. Literally, fuck you. And you know me in real life and know that I have Tourette's and you're still willing to take such a low blow? Did she say anything about drugs? Okay, I don't know. Does he say anything? Has she said anything about drugs? And you're still willing to take such a low blow. You are a terrible person. Like, if she said something about drugs, why would the tweet's cut off? But why would he not respond to the thing she said about drugs? You are a terrible person, talentless, perpetual failure. Be honest, this content cop was your idea. Ian didn't even know what Zionism was 3 days before posting the video. I'm not joking, I've seen the convo. So count the new content cop as another feather in your dunce cap. And so he's like literally just being like, you're controlling your husband. No way, he's on the full alt-right incel pipeline. Bahaha, he thinks I'm the evil witch. It's your manic, desperate behavior that makes me think you're on drugs. You can't even finish a sentence half the time. Your tics have nothing to do with it. Post this on Twitter, pussy. Anyway, pretty funny to just see Ethan completely crashing out. Was he funny? I think he was always like kind of a creepy guy, but what else did I have? I think that's it. Oh my god, guys, I have to go. I have to pee so bad. I'm going to talk to you later. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.